And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul. Nigga better call a rapping. Everybody know my style. Niggas know that I'm the best when it come to doing this. And I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west. And I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, and you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race. And you know we gotta go and try to keep up with the pace. And we struggling to hustle and to set it and to get it. And we always gotta do it, take it to another place. Gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the throne. But I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now. Look at me now. Oh. I'm getting paper. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Yeah. I'm fresher than a moth.
Hell breezy. Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm winning and I'm feeling like I gotta get away. But I know that I don't and I won't ever stop. Cause you know I gotta win every day. See, you really wanna pop me. Just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna dead it. Then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul. Nigga better call a rapping. Everybody know my style. Niggas know that I'm the best when it come to doing this. And I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west. And I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, and you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race. And you know we gotta go and try to keep up with the pace. And we struggling to hustle and to set it and to get it. And we always gotta do it, take it to another place. Gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the throne. But I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now. Look at me now. Oh. I'm getting paper. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Yeah. I'm fresher than a moth.
Hell breezy. Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm winning and I'm feeling like I gotta get away. But I know that I don't and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every
what appeared to be a multi-million
Jesus
dollar
Christ!
deal,
I forgot to unmute. My bad.
why did they get banned? What was the reason?
Hi,
What
Wolf.
happened? Now, streamers get banned
I'm
for
just
a whole
trying to
variety
figure
of
out
fucking
why is
reasons,
my
okay?
symmetry tool
Sometimes they
not
might let
working.
something slip
Let me
that's a
just
little too saucy on
starting.
stream. Or you might have somebody showing a little
I
too
know
much
what's
skin.
happening.
It really depends on what Twitch has. Rarely, though, do I
Let
actually
me
see
try opening
permanent bans
this
unless the
file.
actual actions have been so egregious. And usually you can figure out exactly why somebody gets permanently banned. In this situation, nobody had any idea. He just
it works
got permanently
here.
banned, and that was pretty much the end of that on that day. At the same time,
But it doesn't work
Discord
here?
out of nowhere also ended up actually removing him from the partner program.
Looking at
June
expressions
26th.
now?
Shortly after Twitch
Something
had
like
actually
that.
dropped
I'm
out as
trying to
well.
do
And Discord
finishing
had actually
touches.
told when asked they were held to a higher standard. Partners are held to a higher
But my
standard
symmetry
than
tool
typical
is not
users.
working.
Discord partners must abide by our code of conduct, and when violations occur, we take the appropriate
Sucks.
action.
Okay,
So
I'll
it
just
was insane
improvise
that he
it.
got banned from
I'll just
Twitch, but
improvise
also
it.
Discord at the same time. So obviously people were wondering like what the fuck was going on. You know,
It's
around
okay,
that
it's
time,
no
he
big
ended up saying,
deal.
"Guys,
I can
listen,
improvise.
Twitch hasn't even notified me on the specific reason behind their decision. Firm handshakes to all the support during this difficult time." So even the actual person getting banned had no idea at the time what had happened. So after about a month and a half of not actually streaming, he actually goes to YouTube and starts actually streaming there. And it wasn't until about a year after this whole situation, in August 2021, when he actually talked about, you know, knowing about why he was banned for months.
But a lot of people ask me, do you know the
I
reason? Yeah,
will
I
be
do know
changing
the reason
up some things.
I've
I'm
known for
a little
months
not happy
the
with
reason
it.
why. And I'll just say this right now, champs. There's a reason why we're suing the fuck out of them. Okay? I don't know how else to put it.
Whoa, suing them? Now, normally, I've never actually seen like a content creator sue the actual house. You know, considering Twitch, you know, owned by Amazon, that's a pretty strong legal team. Clearly, you know, Dr. Disrespect and his team thought they had enough of a case to actually take Twitch to court, and that's when a court battle had actually started. Now, because this is a court situation that never really ended up being publicized, it pretty much was happening in the background until like down the road when he actually ended up saying March 10th, 2022, again, a year later after all of this, that things had actually just been cleared
sure
up. So
it's
this one
straight.
post was
I think
made,
it
"I have
is.
resolved my legal dispute with
Will
Twitch.
it work on the
No
other
party
layers now?
admits to any wrongdoing." Now, this situation, what this means is they actually just settled out of court. And I found out literally like a day ago when he was talking about it. So at this moment in time, this entire situation just gets resolved and it gets settled where no party admits any wrongdoing.
This
He still
is
remains
annoying.
banned, and nobody really has any idea what actually happened. So for the longest time, this has sort of been like the industry-like thing. Like people have been trying to find out what was the reason after all for all of this even occurring. Like, why did this even happen? This became basically like the internet, like creepypasta, if you will, the Twitch TV creepypasta. Why did this guy get banned, right? An episode of Haunted Gaming right there. So back in 2020, one of the esports reporters in the scene, Slasher, ended up actually saying, "Look,
not the
for
10 months
several
pregnant
hours
thing
now,
again.
I've been told from credible sources the reason Dr. Disrespect has been banned. However, due to the importance and sensitivity around the subject, I have refrained from going on it. I don't feel comfortable with it currently." Now, I feel like that is, without a doubt, the biggest goddamn
Why is it
cock
not
tease
working?
imaginable. So clearly, he knows something
Let me just
pretty
Google
damning.
that.
He's not going to talk about it because, from my understanding, look, you know, doing the journalism that we have over here, unless you have something completely ironclad and you got all your sources and ducks in a row, you can actually talk about something, okay? But until then, you can't really make, you know, complete statements, and you can't really break a story if you can't get your sources 100% secured. Because if anything falls through in the chain, then your entire credibility is effectively on the line. This whole situation pretty much had remained unknown until June 21st, 2024, 2 days ago, 48 hours ago. When Cody Connors, one of, I believe, the former director of strategic partnerships at Twitch, ended up actually saying he got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in the then existing
Whatever, I'll just
Whispers
improvise.
product.
It's
He was
just
trying
not
to meet up
working.
with her at
Whatever.
TwitchCon. The powers that be could read in plain text. Case closed, gang. Now, here's the thing. He follows up and says, no one made the wrong decision. Fuck him and his boys. Now, this is a very, very wild post to make, right? Now, obviously, any allegation involving a minor is, of course, without a, it goes without saying, incredibly serious stuff. Now,
We don't
obviously,
want
any
the
allegation
line.
like this requires some serious, solid proof or receipts. And up until this, recording date, no actual receipts have been posted. So again, I have a serious, again, lack of completely co-signing anything. Until, of course, something actually credible comes out. Nobody really knows this story, and these allegations are so massive that, you would think if somebody's going to be making them, they better actually have some solid proof. Otherwise, they're seriously opening themselves up to an actual defamation case right here, right now. This can actually cause serious reputational harm, and that goes without saying. So, of course, Dr. Disrespect jumps into the entire situation and says, the most blatantly dumb shit that I've ever seen. So he says, Jake, seriously, where he's responding to this Jake Lucky fella. We've talked about him on our channel before. He's a friend of the show. I get it. It's a hot topic. But this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract. Now, I really think the words "no wrongdoing was acknowledged" is probably the worst way to address pedo allegations. Now, I don't believe there's any NDA in the fucking world that prevents a human being from saying, I was not talking to minors, okay? I don't think there's any NDA imaginable, even if you've settled
wide
a court
enough.
case where you can't actually, protect yourself from allegations you
Yes.
believe are false. I also find it weird that they said, listen, I'm innocent because they paid out the whole contract. Again, settlements don't exactly prove if anything is, for certain. Like, it doesn't actually exonerate you from guilt. It's just a behind-the-scenes thing where two parties have resolved this issue amongst themselves that nobody really has any idea.
God, it scared me.
The way that this is worded
Thank you so
feels
much
very
for the
lawyerish,
follow.
very legalese, and it was something that I wanted to
Probably.
wait before I could even cover this video. Obviously, I was
I really
researching
hope it's
everything
not
leading up all of the
derogatory, but how are
context.
you doing?
And of course, following up in this situation, Dr. Disrespect says something even else.
Sorry,
Listen, I'm obviously tied to
I've seen
legal
quite a
obligations
bit of
from the
people using it
settlement
in a
with Twitch,
derogatory
but
way,
I
so
just need to say
I'd
what I
rather
can
be
say
careful.
since this is the internet. I didn't do
But I
anything
hope you're
wrong.
having a good
Now, I
day.
feel like this is enough to say, yeah, it wasn't involved messaging, no minors or anything. That'd be wrong. All this has been probed and settled. Nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found, and I was paid. So again, when I see no wrongdoing was found, you should probably just say no wrongdoing
Love your
has
avatar. Thank
happened,
you so
okay?
much.
I don't
I
understand
appreciate
why
it.
I was paid was necessarily the
I'm
most
just trying to
important
figure
part.
out
The
how to
only
make the
actual
color
benefit
work.
this
Like,
last
I'm
part
not happy
says
with how it
is
looked.
clearly if Twitch had actually felt
I'm
that
actually
there was
not
a
happy with
minor
how
in
it
danger,
looked.
they probably wouldn't be obligated to pay out the remaining contract that they had made him sign, or like they signed
I'm
mutually
trying
together.
to
If they found that there was
make my
actually
own
something
2D
felonious going
one
on.
rather than
Remember,
the one I use.
interacting with a minor like this, or God
I'm
forbid,
just
going into
trying
the
to figure out how
physicality,
to make
is
it
a
work
serious
for
felony,
myself.
not just in the state of California, but if this had occurred over the internet, which could involve, multiple states, it becomes a federal offense. If Twitch or Amazon felt like this guy was actually messaging a minor, I really don't
How many
personally think they
screens
would
are
have
you
paid out the
using?
remainder of the
I am
contract,
using 3
nor would they have put
screens,
NDAs up. It
including
really
my
honestly
graphic
feels
tablet.
like
So
there
I
was
have my
something
main
bad that
monitor,
occurred. Something,
then
in
the
the sense
graphic
that
tablet
maybe
that
there
has
was
a
some serious
screen, and I have a secondary
misconduct from
monitor
his
where
end
I
or
have
Twitch's end, and
OBS
they
and
just
YouTube
don't want the
playing.
world to know about that, which is why this has basically remained one of the biggest, most sought-after secrets. You would think that with a story like this, the person who leaked
It's
this,
a lot.
this probably would have been leaked a while ago, but it hasn't, and that's really the weirdest part of this
I
situation.
worked my ass
But
off
now
for
this
them.
whole thing gets even weirder. So the guy who initially even brought up these claims, these wild allegations,
But
literally just goes
recently,
and has these old posts up from 2013,
I decided to step
2023,
down
sorry,
from
not
work
2013, where he's like,
due
listen,
to
if all
health
these dates sell
reasons,
out, I'll
and
tell
I
you
was
why he
told
got banned. Like,
to
invoking that you
start
should buy
learning
tickets to
art.
these shows that he's in
I'm
just
forced
so
to
you can
use
hear this crazy
6.
story. And it doesn't even stop there. It's like,
Wait,
hey,
why are
my
you
friend, you're on
using
the East Coast. You
6?
should come to one of these shows. Slashers coming to the New York date. That's a 500-person room.
You're a software
They're like
developer?
70% on pre-sale. I always act out around
I
Rod.
think this
If
is
that
a
show
good
sells out, I'll 100%
height.
explain why we banned him
I
during the set.
looks like
Now,
a
the whole
good height.
situation involves minors. Why are we like holding on to this story as if it's like gold? Like, dude, you gotta go to the authorities. You gotta help
compare
out
it.
the minor in this situation. This is fucking insane. So you might be wondering what the heck is the Twitch
Color
Whisper
folder.
system. To give you an idea, the Whisper is right over here. Lets you send private chat messages without leaving any chat.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
basically
this
like
one
a
will be
PM
better.
system, like a DM system on the actual
I still feel like
website. So
this
for
is
example,
kind
how
of
they
low.
describe it is you can whisper to friends, followers, subscribers to chat privately one-on-one across all of Twitch. So if you're watching a
It's just
streamer
really
known as Vert
bothering
and your
me
friend
when
is
it's like
watching Man
looks
versus Game,
sloppy.
you can still whisper to him as long as you are both online. But only you and the user you're
One
whispering to
one
will
for
be able to
drawing,
see
one
the
for
conversation. So I
animated,
guess to get into chat,
one
you can
for
do
sound, one for
/w,
effect.
enter your username, and type in
Yo,
entire chat
is there any
within the
work we can
same
see of
IRC
yours?
chat to basically communicate with people. Now, given the fact that this is IRC
Six?
chat, I
Six?
don't
That must be
discount that Twitch
electric
administration
wasting
can pull
and
out
eye
any chat
damaging.
in
Not if
context
you're
to
doing
look
it
at.
professionally. It's
So
kind of
again,
mandatory if
let's
you
go
are.
over some actual conspiracies here real quick. At least the most
For
logical
me,
ones.
I'm a
So
beginner,
if it was
so
something that was involving the Whisper system, again, one person
I
actually
wanna
states
clip
what
it
makes
to the
the most
body, this
logical
part.
sense to them is based on these statements is that a minor was possibly lying about their age and was using that Whisper system to talk to Doc.
Better.
Doc was under the impression the individual was of age. When he found out, they cut
I
ties with
wasn't
that person
flipping to
and
the
went after
body.
Twitch for not verifying the age. Was the Whisper
Give
program
me
only for 18
proof.
plus?
I'm
So we
just
thought he was good?
curious.
I'm not
I
really
love
sure.
seeing
If
other
so, it
people's
makes
work.
sense for him to say no
My
wrongdoing
job is
occurred
hell
because he was being
no.
lied to. If the minor did
You
lie,
get to
it
be
would explain the payout to Doc
artsy.
for his contract. Because ultimately, Twitch was at fault for not verifying the age. Now, again, I'm not a lawyer.
What do
This
you do
could
for work?
absolutely be something that can be plausible, but at the same time, when you get minors and messages involved, I think there is a reasonable expectation of serious misunderstanding of the law. You really have to test this with lawyers.
There
And
are
again,
only
the
3
state.
minimum
And if
breaks.
something really did occur
So
illegally, no
are you
company
working
can
like
really
an
cover that up. You
animation
can't just
studio?
cover up illegal felonious actions
Maybe you
like
can
this
give me some
in a
tips.
settlement. You have to report this. It is your
I mean
duty
like art
to report this,
tips.
from my understanding, to law enforcement.
Definitely
One
don't
thing
want
that
to
I
work
have
for
to
an
really
animation
say
studio
is
if that's where you
actual
work.
reporters knew that there was
Those are
potentially
so
a minor
hard.
involved. There is something really, really sketchy about a lot of these journalists knowing the really
Yeah.
fucked up
Oh,
story and never
awesome.
coming out and actually putting any of these parties
Anything
to task.
we might
Which
have
again makes
heard
me
about that
question
you
a
worked
lot
on?
of the story more than the average thing. Again, it's such a weird situation, and it obviously requires somebody to really think about what's going on behind the scenes. Now, one of the people that I wanted to look into, the actual expert in the situation, was somebody known as Chris Bors. Now, you might know this guy as the irate gamer, but recently he is the world's first ghost behaviorist. Now, you might be like, whoa, Muda, what's a ghost behaviorist? I don't fucking know, okay?
What is a
That's the
ghost
weirdest shit I've ever
behaviorist?
seen. But 15 hours ago, he makes this post. Dr. Disrespect is caught in a sexting scandal that's going major viral. This is my response. Be careful who you put your trust in. There's a reason I haven't interacted with online gamers. I'm going to play a few snippets out of this so
I
we
mean,
can
a lot
actually
of
show
stuff
you
like
what a
what?
paranormal assessment of the situation is like.
Character for this video, and I want to talk about a few things that have gone viral lately around an individual named Dr. Disrespect. And if you don't know who that is, there's some things online going around now where he has done some lewd conduct with.
Does this
a
look
minor.
right? I feel like it
And I've
doesn't.
alluded to certain things over the past couple of years with YouTube and the whole top echelon of celebrity.
I know I'm being anal about the collar, but it's like,
for something like this
it's
to
right
kind of
there, so
happen.
I don't want to
boy,
be...
he knows about that top echelon of
I
YouTube,
use a
the
sloppy
goddamn
collar.
Illuminati. It's a weird thing to say that, whoa, I've been waiting for something fucked up like this to happen, just so I can give the paranormal assessment of
Don't
it.
if
And what
people
is this
remember them?
paranormal assessment? Let's get a quick dive.
Let me just say, in the gaming
Huh?
community specifically, a lot of the people that are on the top of this field, they have a lot of inner demons. Okay, and people like Dr. Disrespect, this persona that they take on derives from the personal demons. Okay, and people that tend to, like, I'm a student of psychology. People that play a lot of video games are
they play games because it's a coping mechanism.
Why is this guy attacking me? I play games because I enjoy them.
Whatever, but they use video games
Fuck.
as a coping mechanism. So when you see these people
Yo,
online,
my God, go fuck
a
yourself.
lot of people over the years that are gaming people. You see a lot of sexual misconduct. You see allegations coming out.
Oh, he's just making me mad right now.
You load up Elden Ring, boy, you're about to do some of the most wildest shit on the internet.
I think there was My Hero Academia. I don't remember the name. Oh.
I actually tend to disagree. I have a real dominatrix fetish, it seems.
I'm personally not into the story, but
I just love
that
playing
shit
this
is
new Elden
good.
Ring DLC that's absolutely clapping my cheeks right now. No, I think some of us just enjoy a challenge and unwinding in a weird, unconventional way by playing a game that will knock our socks off.
This would
Some
make
people just
more
load up some
sense
Grand Theft
now.
Auto to drive around Los Santos.
I mean, the
It's an
color.
insane thing.
I was
He
just so
literally is
unhappy with how it
equating
looks.
this to, like, fucking demons. Now, maybe it's inner demons, like, problems and issues that they've had. Not so much, I would say, necessarily of the paranormal variety. But the next clip I'm going to show you out of this 8-minute diatribe is probably one of the most unhinged parts of this.
Ooh, that's enticing. But no, there was an element of selling your soul, and I did not want to do that. And so when you see people like, I hate to say it, Mr. Beast, I saw a couple pictures of him recently where he was kind of like on this island-like setting, kind of Epstein Island-ish. I don't want to go down too much down that rabbit hole because he is kind of like a front for YouTube. You do not get into that position without being
This guy is like talking out of his ass.
YouTube, where they open up the algorithm to him. So
honestly, you know what it sounds like? Jealousy.
YouTube vetted Mr. Beast. Oh, they gave him algorithmic access. It's such a wild thing where he's like, yeah, I saw Mr. Beast. He's on an island. Okay.
Sounds like jealousy, like straight up.
What a fucking leap right there, dude. There's plenty of islands out there. He specifically went into that one. He's like, I ain't gonna jump too far into it. It's so wild sometimes when you come across channels like this and like actual insight, because it's literally just throwing shit at the wall until it actually sticks. Now again, do I think that there's any paranormal going on here? Is the EVF meter what is that? The EMF meter reading level 5? Is there something crazy going on in the parabolic mics? Is there some ghost writing going on? I'm not assuming there's anything paranormal with this. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Disrespect's entire story is wild. The way that he's responded to these kind of allegations is a shocking thing to me, okay? These are really situations where I don't think there's any NDA in the world that prevents you from basically addressing something as serious.
Now I'm drinking my 8th coffee. Cheers to that. I'll give you company. I'm currently trying to guzzle my coffee too.
Maybe this is more so for Twitch. A platform that hasn't really even said anything. If there was
in case some of you haven't caught it, I did post our video today. It's on
something bad was happening. It would be easy
my
to
brain is blanking. It's on the Kick streamers.
If I had to speculate, put the tinfoil
Also, I'm not posting the TLC video, the one we did on the twins addicted to each other, because TLC actually copyright striked it, even though we didn't even watch the full episode, and we would watch like 30 seconds and talk for a minute. So I don't know.
The guy is still banned off of
Twitch. I'm canceling that video.
And they don't want the world to know exactly what happened in this situation. So that's realistically all that I can really garner from this. But one thing that I do want to ultimately discuss too is a lot of the actual accounts that I've seen who are basically calling, Dr. Disrespect a pedophile, at this point.
Was the guy on the left is making me mad? That's Mudahar. I'm ordinary gamer.
It seems like obviously, when you're a public figure, it's more guilty until you're somehow proven innocent.
Mudahar is based,
with allegations
but
like this,
I wasn't listening to a lot of the video.
Is just something you're never gonna, fix. So at the end of the day, you know, nothing.
The only
no
reason
RC
I
has been
decided
handed out.
not to
This
make
is
a
really one of
video
those situations where,
out
like,
of
just
this
wait until
is
actual, you know,
because, like, I
the
don't want to
information
talk
gets
about it
the
until there's
information comes out
actual
in some way.
information
I really feel like
or
the account that
confirmation.
posted this, while they definitely have a lot to lose, I really don't think that they would have posted this if they don't have some form of receipt. So ultimately, can somebody just leak what actually happened? Like, Jesus Christ, let us know what occurred. Otherwise, this remains one of Twitch's largest mysteries. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike
I
it,
think
dislike it.
this color would make more sense. Let me try sketching it out now properly. He's rage baiting.
You know, some days I wake
The
up and
Twitch
have a lot of
mode?
fun with the titles in my mind, okay? Indian gamer versus potential Indian scammer alleged. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure the comments are filled with, oh, 1 minute in,
Okay,
negative 200
let's
views, Muda, you fell off, okay?
torso.
Now, to give you an idea, everyone basically falls
Little
off, okay? There's
transparent.
no shame in falling off. Where there is a shame is if you fall off and start shilling crypto to your audience, okay? Just
I
to make a sweet
completely
little bag.
fucked
Now,
up
this is Caitlyn Jenner. Some
my
of y'all may
ruler.
not know who Caitlyn Jenner is. Caitlyn Jenner was, I guess, last I remember them, before I
Try
ever
to
started my
all
channel,
the
we're talking
layers
Haunted
now.
Gaming, Pokemon, Creepy Black. Okay, me and Zod recording Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, okay? Yeah, this is back when this person was relevant enough
Straight?
in, like, ESPN winning, like, Woman of the Year awards and stuff. So yeah, Caitlyn Jenner, okay, related to the, I want to say, who's the Kardashian family, so to speak. Now, this individual, beyond just being a former Olympian, this TV celebrity or whatever, if you look into their actual Twitter account, this is when you know you've actually fallen off. This is a pinned tweet, by the way. When we hit 50 million MC on my only official launched coin, which is on Ethereum.
I think the pro gamer is talking about the white guy yapping. Oh, that guy? I have no fucking idea who that is, and I don't really care for him.
I assume, is this AI art? Whatever, it's a pretty shitty. I don't know. That horse in the background looks like a goddamn
It sounded like he was
spider,
talking out of his ass.
But anyways, Caitlyn Jenner over here is basically shilling the ever-loving crap out of cryptocurrencies, okay? Stocks, GameStop, whatever, so on and so forth. But of course, one of the reasons I'm talking about Caitlyn Jenner today is that over the last few days, she's been shilling one specific token, okay? That is $1 Jenner, okay? Yes, send Jenner to 100 million. And of course, if you actually look at, Caitlyn Jenner's like tweets and retweets and whatever, you'll notice that as Caitlyn Jenner posts something, it'll always get like 46,000 something views on the Twitter algorithm, but about 115 likes. These people sit in the lowest engagement farms you've ever imagined. But of course, it's not just Caitlyn Jenner. She's working with other massive crypto celebrities like Rich the Kid and Mika Don't Lose. So of course, you can see right over here, she's doing like Twitter Spaces, celeb meme coins. So to give you an idea, obviously, I love covering cryptocurrency and financial kerfuffles. Usually when it comes to crypto tokens, you've got, generally accepted ones which actually have some value in the space, like Bitcoin, like Ethereum. And then you get into like these utility coins, these like weird projects where there's supposed to be like a roadmap associated with it, but it never really materializes. Celebrity meme coins are like the center of the earth dog shit tokens, where the entire benefit of them is the pump they gain from being promoted on massive Twitter accounts like this. It's not like they have a roadmap. It's not like they have any form of utility. Caitlyn Jenner is just out here to pump to the moon for no actual real gain. So beyond just Caitlyn Jenner, there were other individuals like Rich the Kid, which if you don't know who Rich the Kid is currently promoting his recent grift, Dollar Rich, on the Solana chain. The rich forever crypto, turn nothing into something. Life's a gamble. Bet on black and white. Oh, available on Solana. So for anybody that doesn't know what Solana is a Web3 infrastructure. It's basically a new blockchain, all right, which basically was launched 2020 by Solana Labs, founded by Anatoly Yakovenko and Raj Gokal, okay, 2018. These guys were working together to create this project. And this is a
Hey,
blockchain to the people. It supports experiences for power users, new consumers, and
This is my
everyone in
neck.
between. Okay? So this is not about the blockchains or any of these technologies. This is just focusing on these crypto celebrities that are out there basically promoting their tokens to like literally one or two people. So while it's not shocking for anybody in this space, one thing you'll notice is obviously these coins start off
Before I
pretty
do
strong
that,
because they're promoted
let
by the
me-
celebrity. So Jenner on this Solana chain, Jenner to Solana goes up
shit.
all the way over here.
But I'm still waking up. I'm having a rough time today.
Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, it's a story as old as time itself, okay? Influencer promotes coin, and then all of a sudden, massive dumps start to happen, which completely crater the coin into nothing. Now, this is the current apparent value of
Where
like
put
Jenner
this
token.
now?
Is it going to
Okay.
rise to the crazy heights that Caitlyn Jenner delusionally believes? No. But that's just standard fare for what you're seeing over here. Now, again, while these celebrities will probably just tell you, "Hey guys, this ain't financial advice or anything," you can also you can just understand how promoting this kind of stuff to an audience of people that may be financially destitute or may look to you for financial guidance, like, hey, this person flies in Gulfstreams and drives Lamborghinis. They
Oh my
probably
god,
know
why
what to do
was
with
the
money.
hue
They
drop
tweet
so
something
much?
out. Somebody's like, yeah, I'll put $500 down into it. I'll put $1,000 down. They lose $1,000. The celebrity most likely makes some sort of like advertisement fee with some coin partner that they've worked with. I've received
just do
contracts,
this.
so I'm just kind of basing it off of that. And then, of course, they walk away with what appears or what could be a bag, while the actual person who is invested into them because they followed said influencer, yeah, their money is basically gone, okay? It's eliminated. Now, obviously, it's not just Caitlyn Jenner who's basically been caught up in this entire situation. Other people, like that Rich the Kid fella that we were talking about, was talking about, situations like, I hit my guy Floyd right away. I'm not letting Sahil run any more scams. If there's anything I can do to help it, I got your back, crypto Twitter, and I'm not going anywhere.
I'm changing the color since I'm not happy with it. This is like the 10th time I'm doing this.
Covering real quick. What happens is Rich the Kid, who's basically confronted by anybody in the crypto
And I
world
fucked up
because
my
their money
ruler.
is basically vanished into thin air, this guy starts throwing somebody
Just
else
improvising
under the bus,
now.
okay? Now, thankfully, friend of the show, Zach XBT, actually did jump in with an entire chain of transfers from what is known as the Rich Kid NFT contract, and this is back in 2021, all the way to their wallet to the tune of 248 Ethereum. Which, again, let's kind of look into what effectively happened over here. He says, go fix your own scams first, buddy. Remember when your NFT project went offline after a few months after raising $2 million with an unfinished roadmap? And then you spent $240,000 of the mint funds on Macy, Basie, and Doodle, okay? Again, there's a bit of a correction over here that they were purchased with mint funds, only Basie, Macy, and back. Doodles was actually gifted, so that was a correction. But the point is, ladies and gentlemen, looking into at least this one influencer, Rich the Kid, what people had basically been looking into was his original project, which was Rich Kid NFT.
Making sure it's
This is still an
connected.
active fucking Twitter account that you can go to. And if you go to their actual page here, richkids.io, you'll find out very quickly that
I think the shape is better
you can
now.
buy that shit for $5,000 USD. Now, if I was a truly vindictive individual, I would purchase this for $5,000 and just put goatsy
Maybe he's
on
not
it, okay?
this
Simple as that. So
protruding
everybody
though?
that clicks on this dude's profile would just see a stretched asshole. But then again, I don't want to give $5,000 to anybody that could be connected to this dog water to begin with. And I don't recommend you do it either unless you really want to spread goatsy into the eyeballs of everyone around you. Don't recommend it, but it is what it is. So looking into Rich the Kid's NFT situation, you can see that the Rich the Kid NFT project, which had some activity back in the day, is currently dead. Deader than Elvis, ladies and gentlemen, is all I'm going to drop it into.
Have you
So
eaten
obviously
yet?
with the page
No.
down, everything's sort of eliminated. Where did the scam
What a-
originally
a
come
bit of a
from? So there
long
are
morning.
other YouTubers that have talked about this in the crypto sphere.
I
One
fell
of them
in the
is Nate's
shower
Token,
again.
who, if you want to really dig into it, I want to recommend this channel to you because this guy does look into the
Maybe
real
I keep
history
on
of it. They
doing
go into the
that.
actual transaction chain and they try to link it to the Rich Kids official crypto or NFT that we were looking into. Is according to Zach, the actual transaction was from OX586 all the way to OX874 and then OXC255, which is apparently allegedly Rich the Kid's public wallet. And of course,
You
if you actually
just
look at the transactions, OX874
talking
gets 328
like random
Ethereum.
stuff.
Which
Yeah,
again, if you look at it
Mutahara
right
is a
here, the
commentary
day of that
channel.
transaction, Ethereum was $2,850. So doing $2,850 multiplied by 328 should get you around 900.
He makes good videos.
The
Like
high
I watch his
900,000,
videos
all the way
to
to maybe close to
keep
$1 million.
myself
So seeing
informed
two
what's happening.
transactions literally on 2021, you can see that there have been two actual transactions that have been made. So the allegation is that one of these links allegedly all the way over to OXC255, where 248 Ethereum, which could end up just being allegedly Rich the Kid's public wallet, which this money could have been used to purchase basically all these other NFTs, you know, things that are actually worth it at the cost of their fans allegedly. And the other transaction leads to what could be the actual NFT, the coin developer. So these two people worked hand in hand. They siphon money allegedly out of unsuspecting individuals, and then they move it into actual currencies or valuables that they can use to bolster their net worth a little bit higher, okay? Now, I'm not here to make any more allegations in this situation. To be fair with you, I think in situations like this, I personally have a little bit higher of a standard for, you know, again, any form of evidence. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, that's just me being excessively careful on the internet, especially when dealing with people who can at least front by being so litigious if they want to. But anyways, the point of this is these are celebrities, and at least in some cases, the reason I went through all of this was to show you that even Rich the Kid isn't exactly a trustworthy kind of guy. I wouldn't trust these people in any capacity. So anyways, they started to all shift the blame to this one individual known as Sahil. So anyways, as this whole recent wave, this last week of crypto nonsense died out, because again, these coins never go anywhere, the influencers, Rich the Kid in this case, decided to come out and basically throw this guy Sahil under the bus. Let's listen to what he has to say.
What up, guys? It's Rich the Kid. Yesterday, my page was hacked, and a coin was promoted on my page without my knowledge by Sahil.
I did not believe him.
I'm working with my team.
Are you okay now, Bruce?
Craziest coin, the Rich the Kid coin, to go to the moon.
I put my inner tie.
Pretty much made a pump and dump and dumped all the money to his account and blocked me. So you guys tune in for the new coin.
You know, when people look away, it's almost like it's kind of a body behavior giveaway for a lying scumbag. But to give you an idea, listen, anybody can get scammed. Even celebrities can. But here's the thing that I have to bring up, okay? Usually when these kind of celebrities aren't pulling numbers that they are, the scummy types of them will go out into these entire, you know, crypto nonsense schemes. In fact, it's funny that this guy is saying all this and his reputation is so bad that other people in the space are saying stuff like, thanks for
by
posting
the time I
we
finish
never
this
launched a
model,
real-life
I'll be a
shitcoin and rub your
master
followers. Well, except with the
at
Rich Kid
colors.
NFT and the coin you
This
promoted
is
in
like
Book
literally
Rank.
my freaking
They're
third version of it,
learning,
or
they're
fourth.
learning. But to give an idea about it too, obviously, you know, the lifestyle to these people live probably was sustainable.
I'll
when the
massage
career
it
was
for
actually
you.
printing money.
You
know,
come
buying
back
those
completely
Lambos, living in
dead.
the nice houses, or at least renting them to make yourself feel bigger than you actually are. In order to sustain those things, you need a lot of money. And these people don't appear to have businesses or really anything that is making them passive income on the side. You know, stuff that intelligent people would do with their money if they were ever blessed with such an account in their life. No, these people are instead out there shilling crypto schemes for a very, very tiny, inconsequential bag in the grand scheme of things. And I wouldn't necessarily be so pissed about it if it wasn't at the cost of the average hardworking individual. That's what's really fucked up in this situation. And that's why I have no sympathy if these people end up getting scammed in this case. Whether it be fucking Caitlyn Jenner, who's already connected to an incredibly wealthy family, and it makes me wonder why they have to be doing this. Rich the Kid at least looks like some rapper that was and never was anyways. And so even with the whatever money they made, they have to be making some sort of crypto move just so they can keep being Rich the Kid. It's insane how these people have gotten to a point where now they're just out there and their entire social media personalities are filled with promoting actual junk trash like this. I mean, it's insane how Caitlyn Jenner with 15.5 million followers, her actual link is to fucking this Dex tool like chart of the Caitlyn Jenner to wrapped ETH token, okay? It's insane what I'm looking at. All this account is just promoting dog water crypto. And even for an account with 15.5 million followers, it sure as hell isn't getting a whole lot of engagement considering the numbers that they're flaunting to begin with. So meet the last part of our story, an individual known as Sahil Arora, an Indian national that apparently claims to be behind Caitlyn Jenner's interesting token. So this is an actual great little read by decrypt.co if you want to actually go through with it, where they actually do interview this individual right here. So again, the launch looked like many celebrity hacks of the past. Many notable figures such as US President Barack Obama, Ethereum co-founder Vitalik Buterin, and even Twitter owner Elon Musk have had their accounts compromised. Usually involves an exploiter using the account to share a dodgy link to a meme coin or wallet address. Because people were wondering, why is Caitlyn Jenner, who is, I guess, pretty popular, doing this? Well, she didn't just she wasn't hacked. She admitted to actually promoting this token. Like, it was to the point where Sophia Hutchins, the manager, Caitlyn Jenner, saying they have been hacked and they're going to send this to the moon. It's insane. Listen to this.
You guys, I'm Sophia Hutchins. I am Caitlyn Jenner's manager, and I am overseeing the crypto project that she has partnered with, and her account has not been hacked. Caitlyn is out on the golf course. She's not going to go live, but you can rest assured her crypto is definitely performing extraordinarily well. It is not a hack.
We looked at the chart, honey. It ain't performing that well, okay? Let's not lie anymore. But anyway, so people were like, okay, so apparently it's real. It's all actual real stuff right there. And even Caitlyn Jenner is out there promoting it, personally.
Hi, everybody. This is Caitlyn Jenner here. I know. Actually, I've been running around all day playing golf, and Sophia, my CEO, has been doing a wonderful job with my new crypto
switched
coin.
out my
Yes,
ratchet
this is
handle.
for real.
Nice.
Get involved. It's going to be very good. So I'm very excited about it. And
Caitlyn Jenner
I'm
is
looking
promoting
forward to the future for
scams
the
now?
next couple of hours. So keep the sales going. This is exciting.
I love how this market is so fucked that people have to jump in. The actual celebrities have to appear as if guns are pointed at them.
Ew.
Going, no, it's real. We're not. Trust me, it's real, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not fuck around here. It's insane, dude. So what really got some people freaked out was literally an account around that was titled 7S3V1JP. Literally on the 26th of May, and let me show you how cutthroat it is. 1953 UTC. I believe it's UTC all the way to 2027. So this is fucking less than an hour apart. Okay, less than an hour apart. This account purchased 50 million something coins worth of Caitlyn Jenner token, and then ends up selling that same amount literally less than an hour later. And if you want to know exactly how much this was, if you open up this chain, you'll find out this is 100 Solana that it was exchanged for. That amount, ladies and gentlemen, when you convert it in today's money, is $16,688 USD. So yeah, that is such a tiny amount of money to be running this. Over $16,000. This apparent person seemed to have basically dumped all these Jenner tokens and started the downward trends towards this entire crypto coin failing. Again, when
I have an idea. What if I just
people
do
end up,
this?
buying into the token, and then the actual, runners will just dump a crap ton of tokens, take the liquidity that has been generated, and walk away with the bag, while everyone basically is sitting with the shittiest tokens that can't be cashed out for anything. It's truly a story as old as time. So then what had happened was other people started to look into other wallets that this person was connected to, and one of them was Rich the Kid, where again, literally 8 days ago, they bought so many tokens and then sold them within fucking minutes, bro. Minutes! They were on the grind! Now, people had assumed that this was all connected to Sahil. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, according to these interviews, I believe Sahil actually vehemently rejects being accused with such a shady scam.
Everyone famous seems to just scamming people. Yeah, like the easy bag money,
Decrypt hasn't received a comment or confirmation
Easy money.
from the Jenner team. So when they basically were asked, hey, hold on, what about these people saying that this wallet account that was apparently dumping tokens belonged to you? He said, that is dumb BS, okay? Now, again, to give an idea, Jenner's Twitter account has been more active than usual, promoting the project multiple times an hour. Aurora claims his and Jenner's camp are collaborating to engage with the crypto community. The account has retweeted Pump Fun, replied Autism Capital. Now, I don't know what the legal implications for this are. I ain't the fucking SEC nor the U.S. Department of Justice, but I can't imagine what Caitlyn Jenner is involved in is necessarily entirely legal. And I could only imagine this could end really badly for anybody that she is close to or affected to in general. So it is a wild situation that we are looking at over here. Now, I wanted to look up what was going on with this Sahil character myself too, because honestly, his image is pretty much tarnished on all these crypto services anyways. So one of the posts from 7 days ago on the Reddit board for Solana by Crayblob writes, "Warning, be careful with the recent celeb coins, Caitlyn Jenner Sahil insiders, scams." Okay, so again, this is another name that I've seen. So, hi, it is difficult for me to include full proof since here images and links may get post removed, but I'll try to provide more context sources proof in the comments. I want to urge everyone to be careful about buying the recent coins marketed by celebrity. A person known as Sahil says, who has connections to various celebrities, has previously been involved in rug scams. Do your own research, which obviously I will go down and do my own research, but let's finish this real quick. Is reaching out to clueless influencers, offering them to make
People do
money.
need to make their own research. Don't be so
beyond me. It's incredibly
easy
reckless,
with
and the celebrities themselves are
throwing away
just
your
as much to
money.
blame as what's happening as a scammer facilitating it. Absolutely true. Okay, look, I don't care so much about these celebrities as well too. Even if you get scammed, the fact that you are willfully promoting something that is very shady at best is something that you have to, again, you have to take some level of responsibility into. I really do hope that the US DOJ put some clamps on these people, but given the past with how they've treated influencers in crypto before, it could literally only just amount to an actual slap on the wrist. But anyways, what they basically said was the manager claimed on the X Twitter space that they held 3% of Jenner, the coin Sahil launched with them. But upon checking holder distribution on chain, there's no holder with that amount. The Radium, which is a liquidity pool, however, had roughly 3%. In other words, Sahil have managed to convince these people that they have 3% of the 8-figure market cap, while in reality, they likely have nothing. Sahil, on the other hand, is buying the coin supply with his friends before the token address is confirmed by Caitlyn, and then dumping it for insane returns when the celebrities announce. Based on the actual amount we've seen from that one account with Rich the Kid token being dumped minutes from apart, and of course the Jenner token, that is some serious coin to be making in the span of an hour. I mean, imagine making like 16K in an hour, okay? While only spending what? Likely $200 at best? If you're spending like what?
Crazy.
One Solana, if anything? Yeah, this is ultimately a big boon to you. So one of the accounts, Crypto Roxo, writes, if anybody wants the TLDR on the Caitlyn Jenner situation, she was never hacked. Her team was socially engineered by a guy named Sahil. So here they actually showcase the Instagram account of Sahil, and obviously it's clearly he's a rich guy. I mean, he's driving a Lamborghini, Gulfstream, hanging out with some celebrities, taking photos in Dubai. Clearly can't rent or do any of these things. Clearly a very rich individual, obviously. He was the middleman, and his role was to launch their token for Caitlyn.
Used to be blood money, now it's scam money.
Again,
isn't it the
don't
same?
Get involved in something if you have no fucking concept of it. After launching the token and getting Caitlyn to promote it, he dumped all the tokens from the deployer wallet, and he had sniped on burner accounts. Caitlyn's manager seems to be clueless, as she said on Spaces that the middleman is holding all the tokens for them. In reality, if you look on chain, you can see that he dumped it all. And of course, they're showing the same thing that I've shown you, but again, they're actually using the name Sahil. I can't completely confirm it myself. The team is clearly tricked and they have no idea. Caitlyn's team still has a scam tweet Sahil made them tweet up, asking people to send him tokens, allegedly. So here's the wild part
Okay,
about
let's
this,
see if I can work with
if
this
all this
now.
is true, and this is completely dead to rights, and she's still promoting this, how is any of this legal? Even if, like, you just shouldn't be promoting meme tokens in general. Even if these people were swindled because they had no idea how crypto worked, just being ignorant of the law doesn't excuse you from the legal implications that could happen. And I really hope that something kind of happens to these individuals, because it's the only way influencers are ever really going to learn. So obviously, even Sahil's name isn't exactly loved on the internet, like on YouTube, and it's kind of cooked that YouTube is serving advertisements as deep-faked as this, still in their network, by the way, in regards to cryptocurrency and crypto firms. But yeah, these people all shit on this Sahil Aurora fellow. So one of the accounts here, PayMay talks about the notorious scammer Sahil Aurora, allegedly behind Jenner, has been rugging projects for over 7 years for multiple $1 million. So here you can see the previous rugs apparently in this thread. So they write, Sahil Aurora is an Indian scammer with over 1 million followers on Instagram who previously rugged multiple projects. There are several posts about him on Quora and his previous scams. So Quora basically
Wait, I
being
think
like
it's
what
on the
Yahoo
wrong
Answers
layer.
like discount. You can see over here that an individual, a content creator on YouTube, has basically talked about Sahil
It was
Arora
on
of
the
the
wrong layer.
Vuzela group. Okay, so all the things they've written below were things I came to know about him in 2017, and I do not vouch for any of the things mentioned about him below. Yes, he is a 17-year-old kid who raised a $40,000 funding at this age by starting multiple startups under his company. Currently, he is working on Tabverts. So yeah, 7 years ago, he does in fact have like an actual YouTube account too, where he like talks about chasing dreams. Obviously, Lamborghini and the watches got to be full included in all of this stuff. But yeah, they're an entrepreneur, author, and motivational speaker from India. Ooh. You know, India has like the worst PR in the world. God damn, dude, we need to stop some of this stuff. And again, you start to look at this individual. It's like, oh, he's got a company website. Oh shit, zelapay.ae. Let me check that. Oh wait, I can buy the domain. You know, there's a lot of goatsy to spread on the internet. There were actual like questions and like comments being posted by other individuals. It said Sahil Arora and Rishi Arora, directors of the Vuzela Group, are payment defaulters. They have rented a MacBook Air from our company, and all their payments have bounced in. Our MacBook Air is also in their possession. Now, if this is true, they can't pay for a MacBook, bro. They surely can't pay for some of these celebrity features. Come on now. I'll accept one, but not the other. So there are also other things that apparently they've been alleged to, like the Infinity phones. And I actually had to
What
drop
is
this
an
fucker into
Infinity
like the
phone?
Wayback Machine. And lo and behold, it was a real website. You can actually see that it was being promoted by Sahil at vuzela.com. Okay, so obviously this is one in India, a group where they were basically selling what appears to be a phone. It's not just a phone, but the hustle and vision of creating something larger than life. Infinity
What
comes
the
with a
fuck?
5.5 IPS display, Android 7, 13 megapixel and 8 megapixel camera, fingerprint scanner too. Doesn't really matter. Was this phone ever released? I'm going to wager probably not. But yeah, this is, again, just grift upon grift this individual had. And what do? They showed the Infinity phone right here alongside what appears to be a Fiverr Indian model. So then they say Sahil rugged FDO Firdaus in 2021, which is promoted by Soulja Boy. Soulja Boy claimed making the first ever NFT album as an NFT. The Firdaus account was renamed as Sahil on Avok. And again, you can see it right over here with good old Soulja Boy right here.
You already know what's going on. New NFT album on the way. The deal is done.
Damn, Soulja Boy fell off.
Bank with Draco. Big Draco, man.
Dude, it's like an alternate universe with these people. What the fuck? Sahil also rugged ZellaPay AE, which was a crypto debit card. Jesus Christ. An NFT market to buy and sell NFTs of celebrities. He rugged both of these projects with his friends, Valentino Ricci and other Indian scammer. Is that true? Is Valentino Ricci another individual right here? See, it seems like a Chat GPT generated image enough. So then they say Sahil previously hard rugged 2 coins on Solana with over 50 sold before starting to shill pump.fun shitcoins with celebrity accounts. He is currently holding 314k USD from a pre-sale for the launch of the Iggy Azalea shitcoin. So again, they showcase accounts over here.
Nah, that's Soulja
with
Back.
the Iggy
Crank that.
Azalea shitcoin. Sahil is still active on Sahil on AVX, Habibi.com, Sahil Builds, and on Telegram where he shares coins he launches
okay,
on Pump.fun. Pump and dumps like Chris, Jenner, or Rich. So again, these are all allegations. I just want to state this for the record, okay? Sahil rugged several of the projects. Here is a list: Zella NFT, Zella Coin, Zella Pay, Firatos, Peaches NFT, Tron Ape.
This is so bad.
This person's got a pretty bad history in this situation. And the problem is, being an Indian national, I doubt that there's ever really going to be any form of punishment or any form of justice if this person is actually allegedly behind situations like this. Because here's the thing, with being so far away from the United States Department of Justice, they would really have to get involved with the Indian government. And again, I don't know how receptive the Indian government would be in this situation, but
It
yeah,
would be.
crypto is in a bad spot. And honestly, the influencers that are shilling it are disgusting in my opinion. What I saw in the last few
The
days was
Indian government would
influencers
probably be like,
basically
oh,
just
Americans are
exerting
scammed
absolutely no
by
caution in
something
this situation,
so
basically throwing
obviously
it all into the
scammy.
wind. And getting involved with shady people like this
Sounds like a personal
only takes
problem.
money away, costs money from those individuals who followed you in good faith and probably believe whatever the hell you spout out about being economically successful. Look, does Caitlyn Jenner need any more money? I don't know what her finances look like. Clearly, she's involved with these dumbass pumps and shit coins. Then Maybe they need cash. Maybe she needs money to go on the golf course. I don't know. Maybe the Gulfstream's getting a little too expensive to run. I have no idea. Rich the Kid, rappers, celebrities, Iggy Azalea. Again, if you're getting involved in situations like this, maybe you're financially irresponsible, and maybe you should be paying for your own irresponsibility instead of, shilling a crappy product or a crappy token on your followers. Now, is there a bit of responsibility for the followers? Yeah. But at the end of the day, I personally don't believe scams would be an issue had there not been larger parties involved. If you're dumb, financially stupid, and willing to buy something an influencer shills you, you're not necessarily to blame, in my opinion, because had the influencer not been shilling said product, you wouldn't have had anything to buy, right? That's kind of my reasoning behind it. But if you are an influencer who gets involved with shady characters like this, I really think that the hammer should come down on you. And if you are somebody like Sahil who has these crazy allegations thrown behind him, clearly people don't want to work with somebody like this. And I can't definitively say if Sahil is this scamming figure or not, but with such negativity attached to this guy, I personally would never work with this guy on anything, even if it was incredibly transparent. Moral of the story is, influencers don't get involved in crypto. And people who follow influencers who show them crypto, unfollow and run far, far and away. Anyways, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
Well,
if you dislike
with
it,
that
I need
being
more
said,
content. I am out.
Lifu coins dropping next week. Promise you guys, that's never gonna happen.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped, and we're talking about Father's Day, because Father's Day is coming up, and I'm not asking you to play around with your dad's hedges or anything, but I am telling you to think about them when you're thinking of a gift, because men need the right tools to take care of their jewels down there. Ladies and gentlemen, they've got the Handyman, designed for the dad who can fix anything, except that unruly facial hair. If your dad is looking for a closer and smoother finish, then the Handyman Face Shaver is the perfect tool for him. It's the ultimate compact shaver that's designed for precision and convenience. And of course, what sets it apart is the advanced
Never
dual
talked to
blade,
one,
equipped
so
with
it
standard
saved me
coil
from
shaver,
one
as
crime.
well as a long hair leveler blade.
So you
and
think?
it features skin-safe technology, so you can reduce those nicks and cuts all over your face. And of course, it's also got the Weed Whacker 2.0 nose and ear hair trimmer. Ladies and gentlemen, with a powerful 7,000 RPM motor and a 360-degree rotary blade system, it will tackle unwanted hair like a professional. And of course, it is cordless and waterproof. And Manscaped also has great gifts as well, like the Beard Hedger, Beard Trimmer, and the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, baby!
The
And of
name
course,
is funny,
3.0
though.
Nail Grooming Kit. Ladies and gentlemen, go to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free international shipping when you use promo code SOG at checkout. That's 20% off plus free international shipping with promo code SOG at manscaped.com. Let's go to the video.
Like, and I was like, why the fuck did it get quiet?
Oh my god, one of the largest dark web operators got arrested? Ooh, today's a wild day. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember, a few months ago, I actually talked about an exit scam that was occurring on the old deep web. One place known as the Incognito Marketplace, where the actual runners of an illegal dark web drug ring started to extort the people who were running and selling things in the dark web drug ring.
It's funny.
Now, if it's one thing I have to tell you is blackmail is bad. Blackmailing serious criminals? Well, that's just asking to die. So today we're going to look into the story of the Incognito Marketplace and how one of the largest facilitators, super young by the way, ended up getting arrested for facilitating around $100 million worth of dark web drugs. Allegedly, of course, ladies and gentlemen. So,
yeah,
to start
of
off
course,
with,
allegedly.
let's look at what the United States government said. The Incognito Market owner arrested for operating one of the largest narcotic marketplaces on the internet. So the United States, or the FBI here, arrested an individual known as Pharaoh, real name Rui Xiang Lin. Now, of course, this guy, Pharaoh, or Pharaoh, was actually arrested allegedly with their connection to the operation of Incognito Marketplace. And they were arrested May 18th at JFK Airport in Manhattan. So how did this person end up getting caught? What was the whole story around it? To get the idea of it, we have to look back into how a lot of these illegal marketplaces operate. So to understand the dark web, or an entire series that I
You
covered
know
for
the
years
story
on
is
my
gonna be
channel, when we
juicy
looked around
when
various
it says
goofy areas on the
allegedly.
internet, there are lots of things on the deep web, but one of the most popular things on the deep web are marketplaces. So it doesn't take you too long to find an illegal marketplace on the internet, and these illegal
Oh, so
marketplaces can
tired.
sell a variety of things, okay? From things that are actually legal to weapons to illicit narcotics to, cyber crime tools, so on and so forth, okay? There's a whole slew of illegal things that you can get. And the thing about marketplaces on the dark web, or really the black market in general, is that you have to pick what is effectively, popular, what is effectively something that is, trusted by other, I guess you could say, criminals on the internet. So one of the largest marketplaces initially was one known as Silk Road, which is something we probably covered around like 10 episodes into deep web browsing anyways, because at the time I covered it, it was one of, if not the largest online marketplace for illegal narcotics. So it was as simple as going to a website, picking whatever type of narcotic you wanted. Sometimes it didn't even have to be a narcotic. You could buy computer equipment, digital goods, books even. And again, it gave you an entire value in Bitcoins. You would basically pick what you wanted to buy. You would send Bitcoin to an escrow address. They would send you your drugs, and that's how things were effectively facilitated, okay? Now, obviously, because they were selling illegal material on the internet so easily, law enforcement
That's
around
not
the world
dark
got
enough.
really interested, and the entire thing got taken down. But the understanding is, obviously, illegal material is never going to stop. The person behind Silk Road, allegedly Ross William Ulbricht, also known as Dread Pirates Roberts, was operating this thing
Red
from 2011 to
Pirates Robert.
2013.
Okay.
And again, this is the laptop that basically belonged to Ross Ulbricht, right? And again, if you look into it, it was a digital bazaar for illegal goods and services. They could buy and sell through a website accessed through Tor, a network designed to conceal its users' location. So what they said was the FBI worked with federal and state partners to find the Silk Road. 8 months later, the agents saw that the same user had published a job posting. The posting directed interested parties to send their responses to an email account registered to Ulbricht. Investigators traced a series of network records that they obtained under court warrants and eventually identified Ulbricht as a suspect.
Why is it not
So
painted?
obviously, unmasking somebody isn't terribly difficult. It's very time-consuming, and you definitely need the resources of the FBI and, in some cases, an entire government to unmask people that are running these criminal marketplaces. But anyways, the point is, it got taken down, and what happened to people? They moved to another marketplace, known as AlphaBay for a while. And
Oh,
this
shit, I
became
misclicked.
even larger
Did I
than whatever
misclick?
Silk Road has. Now, despite AlphaBay becoming, again, significantly larger than Silk Road, it just drew the operation of the United States, Canada, and Thailand as part of an operation known as Bayonet, where they ended up actually taking down the entire AlphaBay market. And what's wild about this too is that the story here gets even darker. Now, according to the FBI and Europol, this was about 10 times bigger than Silk Road. So it wasn't ever a tiny group whatsoever. It made more money. And of course, as it makes more money, it ends up getting taken down as part of massive international operations. So obviously, like the whole story goes, when a marketplace gets taken down, because illegal marketplaces, facilitate the black market's never going to go away. It's just going to keep shifting and morphing and switching to new marketplaces. And that new marketplace takes us to our current actual subject, which is incognito market. Now, Incognito Market, when I
even know
covered it
it
in my videos,
exists.
was, again, just another dark web marketplace. And they were in the process of selling illegal drugs to people around the world, okay? And again, if you look into their website, they also had the same level of facilitation going on. Now, again, a group of illegal drugs that you could see over here where people are selling like things like MDMA, Adderall, and of course, Colombian, you can understand, it's not coffee, it's a white powder, very illegal to own, okay? And of course, they were selling these things for $3 for the MDMA, of course, $380 for Adderall, 200 times good or whatever, like a bunch of tablets, and of course, $2,200 for, again, when it comes to cocaine, for instance. And you can see over here that the actual sellers, these were some pretty popular individuals. It's like actual top sellers on eBay or something, so to speak, or on a legal marketplace. So you had Van Gogh, you had Dark Goods, you had Pablo Zambar, and of course, if you look at some of their names up here in these images that I probably have to blur because they do show illegal goods and substances, they also put their names in here to show proof that these were real photographs and these were real actual stimulants that they were selling. And again, these people operated internationally. You had individuals who were working in the United States, the United Kingdom. You had people from the Netherlands who were shipping all the way internationally. And of course, you could pick what type of illegal drug you wanted. It was actually interesting to see such a black market giving such a easy to use interface, you know, it's like using an application, but everything that you buy in it is fucking illegal. So of course, everything was pretty much hunky-dory until eventually one post started getting made around 3 months ago, where on r/onions by a user known as Hug Bunter talked about the incognito market exit scam confirmed, do not deposit. So this user says, I can now confirm it is an exit scam. Avoid at all costs. I made a post detailing it over on Dread. Make sure to spread the warning whenever
Dread.
possible.
Okay.
This post I covered in a video that I titled The Biggest Scam of 2024 Just Dropped, where I looked at Hug Bunter's actual post on Dread, which was basically deep web Reddit, so to speak. All right, get it? Dread it? You understand the memes right there? So Hug Bunter, the post that we're talking about, said, unfortunately, I can 100% confirm the exit scam now. It is well known that Incognito purchased Darknet Live, which was actually a blog, a news service. So again, there's some allegations there of purchasing the news media to lie about things. And previously I mentioned to Pharaoh, again, the person who is administrating this entire Incognito marketplace, that if and when he decides to shut down, it would be great if he could hand over the domain of the process to ensure it isn't used maliciously. I've been talking to him back and forth the past few hours and got to the point where I told him a warning is going live, to which his response was to try and bribe me to take Dread down and wipe all posts regarding Incognito. Thankfully, our man wasn't bribed in this situation. And of course, what you had was Pharaoh basically bullshitting to the actual Incognito marketplace that, you know, there was some server stuff going on. There's a lot of FUD being exchanged about this situation, all knowing full well that an exit scam is effectively occurring. Because if you looked past the actual panel, what was shown in the vendor panel, so to speak, was an actual blackmail scheme that actual vendors were scared of. The same ones I showed you selling those drugs on the internet. So according to this, we have accumulated a list of private messages, transaction info, and other order details over the years. You'll be surprised at the number of people that relied on our auto-encrypt functionality. Yeah, whenever you're dealing in illegal stuff, and I probably shouldn't be giving this advice, always just do stupid things just to get caught. But if you're doing illegal stuff, why rely on convenience when you should always be going the extra 10 steps to make sure you're encrypting and securing all of your communications yourself? You should never rely any man in the middle to do it for you, because usually the men in the middle are fucking exit scammers, allegedly like this, or the feds, okay? Just saying. And by the way, your messages and transaction IDs were never actually deleted after the expiry. Surprise, surprise! Anyways, if anything were to leak to law enforcement, I guess nobody never slipped up. We'll be publishing the entire dump of 557,000 orders and 862,000 crypto transaction IDs at the end of May. Whether or not you and your customers' info is on that list is totally up to you. And yes, this is an extortion. As for the buyers, we'll be opening up a whitelist portal for them to remove their records as well in a few weeks. Thank you for all the business with Incognito Marketplace. So yeah, the vendors who are involved in the situation were starting to fucking shit themselves, because if their information was going to be given out, well, who knows what law enforcement in their respective countries would do. And to understand, the really scary thing about it is, and maybe Pharaoh wasn't thinking this through, but there are a plethora of illegal individuals that are selling illegal narcotics on these places. Some of them are, you know, your average Andy who's probably sitting at home, you know, operating like a dead drop or two. But some of these people could actually be working and facilitating with an actual serious drug trafficking organization. You know, people that actually kill other people without thinking about it, okay? Usually in the black market, the kinds of people that you're engaging with, usually some of them are psychotic individuals. And when you're operating in a market that is alleged to be selling more than $100 million worth of those goods, there's a good chance that there are people out there that would kill for even just a fraction of that pie. Or if they have their information leaked out, well, at that moment, you just pissed off an actual seriously dangerous individual. And you better hope, and thankfully in Pharaoh's case, he was busted by the FBI. Because if this guy was caught by like a cartel or something, it could only end in the worst ways imaginable. Now, when looking at dark web marketplaces, to understand there's plenty of marketplaces that are freely accessible on the internet. To give you an idea, one of them. Now, I'm not recommending this marketplace whatsoever. I'm not even saying that you should go to this. I actually think that what I'm seeing here could basically just be a scam waiting to happen. But to give you an idea of it, right, these people release what appear to be actual exploits for really popular services like Instagram, Twitter, Hotmail, for instance. And of course, what they will, they'll put the prices for like Bitcoin right here. So around like $2,000, so to speak, they'll price these things out at and effectively sell them on the internet for people to purchase. Now, again, in this situation, I'll very much say it for the record. I think all of these things are complete scams, okay? Especially when operating with a black market on the internet, I think you can barely trust anything. Even the most trustworthy services end up being actual scams like this incognito marketplace. So you have to really be careful. My opinion, you probably shouldn't facilitate in the black market in general. But then again, that's enough moral policing out of me right here. So as the FBI took down Pharaoh, it's always interesting to look at the indictment for Pharaoh as well, too. Now, understand this is a federal indictment. These are just charges, and that's why we're using the terms allegedly, okay? There hasn't actually been a conviction yet, okay? Remember, in the United States, legal system, you are innocent until proven guilty. So again, we're going to go with that mentality. So let's look at exactly what the United States government is saying. What they said is Rui Xiang Lin, aka Pharaoh, aka Faro, the defendant was the principal administrator of Incognito Market, which is one of the largest illegal narcotic marketplaces on the internet. Incognito Market sold at least approximately $100 million worth of heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, LSD, other illegal narcotics, and misbranded prescription medication. Those sales comprised more than 1,000 kilograms of narcotics, misbranded prescriptions, and other illicit products. So what they're doing, what they're saying is this person facilitated effectively large-scale drug trafficking and narcotic sales, which again, this is like numbers. Obviously, if you're operating like a massive cartel, probably is like, what, a week worth of your time. But for an individual operating on the internet, it kind of gives a scope of how profitable the dark web market can be, right? $100 million is nothing to fucking scoff at. So when people think, oh, the deep web is this crazy hidden, no, it really isn't. Like if you're operating in a market of this size, you're not as small as anything. You are a pretty massive marketplace, especially when nearly everything you operate in is illegal. So to give you an idea, they say Incognito is made available to anybody with an internet access. It was seamless transactions across the internet. And of course, they show you exactly what the website looked like. Okay, we've seen this before. Now it's most definitely just been, dealt with on the internet. This is effectively the end of this market. So what they said is Lin had ultimate control over more than 1,000 vendors, more than 200,000 customers, and at least another employee who assisted Lin in management of the website. It was Lin who also implemented policies for the site, controlled the servers, and its funds. Okay, so again, they're really pinning a lot of the blame on the sole administrator, allegedly, on this entire website. And again, they jump into looking into the Dread marketplaces. So they were basically screenshotting and building the entire case of this exit scam in of itself. So they said these transitions facilitated by a payment platform that Incognito Market described as a bank. So their own bank, their own little, payment processor. Both vendors and customers use the Incognito Bank to conduct narcotic transactions, which meant that both vendors and customers deposited money with Incognito Market and used the Incognito Market to exchange money. Accordingly, both customers and vendors demonstrated considerable trust in the marketplace and, of course, Pharaoh the administrator. So they show you an example of what the actual bank looked like, right? Like this is it. You deposited money, you could withdraw, you could exchange it, and of course you could transfer it between user to user. It was effectively a banking service attached to this illegal dark web marketplace. So again, they go after all the violations and predicates and all of the actual, crimes that allegedly Pharaoh was responsible for, which again had a lot to do with, distribution of narcotics and especially distribution of, rebranded or misbranded prescription medication. And of course, obviously things like money laundering and the concealment of money. So all of these counts, when added up together, don't really fare well for a man. And here you can see that they've basically ordered a forfeiture on all the assets from these Binance accounts, and of course, Kraken accounts and Monero, which is interesting because they have like 2 Monero wallets, which Monero is a entire cryptocurrency that is built around the idea of an anonymity. Okay, so the people that use Monero are using it to absolutely hide their cryptocurrency or their monetary chain, which again, I think is totally okay. I think there should be anonymity even with your money, okay? But again, you can see how this type of cryptocurrency would piss off the government and especially the goddamn IRS, okay? The other forms of actual accounts, so Kraken and Binance, these are already communicated with by the US government. So when they track this down, all this money is effectively being forfeited and taken by the US, which again means that this guy will probably have nothing coming out of any of this. Now, what happened was people started looking even deeper into, Rui Xiang. So for instance, on Onions again, 4 days ago, Hugbunter once again posts another actual follow-up to this kind of stuff. So here he says, the downvotes that people are getting on these comments are crazy. So let's clarify some things. Pharaoh was in control of the market up until shortly before his arrest. Pharaoh exit scammed and planned to from the beginning. The reason he chose to at the time was because he had NFTs stolen and his wallet drained.
Fuck?
So he lost all money he had invested and cut his losses by taking all funds now and attempted to extort vendors and buyers to basically gain more money on top of the money that he was already stealing. He is the only person I've ever wished this on. He truly deserved this and was a piece of shit. LE, law enforcement, discovered the incognito servers in 2022. And nobody really knows this. It's a lot of speculation, but he says that it would have been identified possibly through the I2P Bloom filter exploit. So that exploit, for anybody that doesn't know, I believe he's referring to CVE 2023-36325. So how attackers can de-anonymize I2P hidden services with a message replay attack. Now, if you're interested, you can read this by ziaso.net. But realistically, what they're kind of going at is I2P, which is not Tor, it's I2P, another darknet service, so to speak. And one of the URLs was incognito, so that it might have been unmasked through some exploit. That might have been how they were going at, or the allegation. Nobody really knows. But anyways, they were unmasked. And again, what had happened was they took images of the servers. They had copies of market data from 2022. The feds did not seize the servers, like in any other case, until they identified the admin. He was on borrowed time, similarly to the Wall Street market admins, and the feds had only made a move following his exit. So he was in the US and tried to flee after the servers were seized, where he was promptly arrested at the airport. The feds were not operating a honeypot. They weren't in control of the market, and they definitely didn't stage an exit scam and extortion of users. So yeah, what basically Hugbunter is saying is the feds kind of just dropped into it. It was basically, allegedly, the entire work of Rui Xiang Lin. Now, Rui Xiang Lin, you might be wondering why he was doing an exit scam, and people have started to look into this person's internet history. So his internet history led people to LinkedIn, for instance, where they started to notice that he was working some pretty interesting jobs. So he started off basically the backend and blockchain R&D intern, just doing stuff at Cathay Financial Holdings. And then, of course, he started moving up to a diplomatic specialist for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Taiwan. So this guy actually was teaching law enforcement about fucking cyber crimes. So here it is, a post from a month ago, allegedly by the same Rui Xiang Lin, where he said he's excited to share cybercrime and crypto training success at the St. Lucia Police Academy. So on March 25th, 28, he had the privilege of leading a 4-day professional training at the St. Lucia Police Academy. Bro, this man was teaching the feds while allegedly running a criminal marketplace. It's kind of insane, ain't it? And again, when people started to look into his Twitter account too, all this Twitter account that he had allegedly was talking about crypto news, crypto news. This is literally whenever you go onto those crypto podcasts and they have 200 viewers, it's like looking into a different universe almost, right? Like crazy millionaires who are making millions of dollars in a shady black market, allegedly, just talking about crypto all the time. So yeah, this one dude, it seems like he ended up actually, from my understanding, and this is just speculation again, I really think that he ended up getting a good job. He probably started this illegal marketplace when he was really young, made a few bucks off of it, a lot of few bucks to be fair with you. And, when he started to get like a real actual job with the ROC in Taiwan, working and teaching actual cops, maybe it was time to exit scam, cut out, and work legitimately. But of course, you can't really get out of a market like this, especially when you're one of the largest places, without really navigating well. And so what he did was he obviously pissed off law enforcement, but he also pissed off the illegal side. He had no friends in any of this. And what caused it was the stupidest fucking individual ended up basically getting caught and losing everything in the process. So not only is his assets going to be forfeited, but he's also going to be tried to the full extent of US law. And maybe that's a good thing because at least he can spend a considerable amount of years, under the protection of the United States government, because whatever goodwill he had with illegal vendors and possibly real dangerous criminals, well, that's going to be people that are pissed off till the end of time. What about the actual, black market? Well, like all black markets, and why I started the story off with Silk Road Alphabet, is as these markets fall, a new one forms. Because to think about it, the money involved is huge. Hundreds of thousands of customers and hundreds of millions of dollars. That just simply won't go away. And it's only going to be market after market that pops up, and the entire web of trust that constantly breaks down and builds up is going to be a story that is as old as time itself. But yeah, today's story was how one of the vendors ran an exit scam. One of the admins, the stupidest fucking admin, by the way, ran an actual exit scam, allegedly, ended up getting caught, and now might actually lose a good chunk of their life and their freedom just because they decided to be so stupid on the internet. But ladies and gentlemen, that's me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
You're crazy.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web, an international transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals. Now, Keffals is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement. This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire—
Yeah, I know, right? Crazy world. It's funny that some of these things don't surprise me anymore. Honestly, same, and that's sad.
Hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named Bosch, garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by—
Wasn't she also constantly high on drugs?
Not terminally online is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh and Hassan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock! It was posted 2 hours after the raid. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel, launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out
I need
is
to
she
switch
was
on to
successful
Talisman.
in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won. This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that
That's
week.
crazy.
An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of...
Where's the proof, though?
Insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature. But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffels got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own thread. He was also never friends with Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess, around with. It's just like he's super gross, and sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with you.
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is
Oh god, that scared me. What is wrong with me? Thank you so much for the raid, Ginger.
Boogie2988 or Daniel.
How was your stream?
The website's composed of
Why do my notifications always scare me?
Congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi
There we
Farms
go.
does allow
Or did you
dogs,
stream?
okay,
Let's
on the
see.
site if permitted
Warhammer.
of anybody
How
in
was
the site,
it?
including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it. And most
Hate
other
to
forms of
raid and run, but I'm starving. You get that food.
Okay? It's like the
You
Wild
show that
West
food
of
who's
the
the
internet.
boss.
You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day, every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose
I think this is too long.
gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms. And as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now, again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, all right? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, all right, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay? It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain
A little bit more of Elden Ring DLC, and then we switch to Boltgun DLC that I'm playing on the hardest possible difficulty. It took me half an hour to clear the first stage. Oh, I'm gonna need to check out the VOD. That sounds interesting.
On this site, where they not only document their personal information,
I don't like how the scuff looks.
And documents that they post.
Let's see.
So early on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios.
I should move it a bit like here.
Getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up
It would look better
in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created the next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local communist party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called
I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I'm not happy with that cough.
Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on
this
trying
would
to
be a lot
brand
better
Destiny
like
with her
this.
reputation. On July 18th, Keffels announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later, she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public
Swatting is not cool.
in a video titled My Life Has
Like,
Been
I
Dangerous.
don't like her, but swatting is not okay.
4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed.
Yeah, like it being a little to the side does look a lot better.
Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered a hate crime. The video was posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup
Didn't she
her
use the GoFundMe money on drugs? Like, I remember something vaguely.
Bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls
It's
kept
like
figuring out her
this.
location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffels reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is the beginning of the web
I
of
think if I
lies
sketch
that
over
made
that,
this
it
entire
will look a
ordeal.
lot better.
Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiance at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door.
The pink line.
Answered.
It's really distracting me.
Rather, I was getting ready for the shower, and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yes, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially, as soon as she woke up,
was I in a state of undress? I was naked, and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the
Where is that pink line?
entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning,
found it.
given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keffels went so far as to
I drew it on the
himself
same
to a
layer.
victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep
There
the
we go.
story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her
Okay,
under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
Let me just
During
sketch
the
out
arrest, the police officer referred to me by my
back
dead
of the
name.
collar before I
I was
continue
booked in
with the rest.
station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police
Where
have
is
towards transgender
it?
people.
That
This is
collar, there we
despite
go.
The fact that the email contained my real
I'm
name
bringing
before
it,
ever
bring
even
it up
mentioning my dead
for
name.
now.
This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes. He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest, and that's when it happened, the activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the address, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed. So she got up. They were saying, Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day, because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these
Okay, that's all I need to do for the back, besides coloring this in.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Kibbles launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over $100,000 on the
Gotta go. Okay,
To be
Wolf.
technical, it
You take
actually
care.
ended because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Claire has tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds or
Hi, Taco. Yeah, are you watching Mudahar? I am a huge fan of Mudahar. I love watching his videos. I quite often rewatch them. Oh, FYI, am I allowed to watch your videos when I do art streams? I wanted to make sure I ask you first.
The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding.
This is the Keffels vid, right? Yeah, this is like the second time I'm watching it already by this point. I just like his videos.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the Uber, the email for my Uber...
I think because of the kind of YouTube channels I watch day in and day out, it heavily influenced me, like what kind of videos I want to make.
ordered with my hacked Uber account. So I got doxxed again, except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe.
I don't know Murahar, but I'm friends with some of his friends. I hope I meet him one day. But if you do, tell him his videos are awesome. And yeah, of course you can watch. Oh, awesome! I'll do that tomorrow. I just put out my Stellar Blade one a couple of hours ago. Hold on. Let me actually... Let me watch that.
I think that my...
Oh shit, 1 second, my thing is being annoying. Like, I'm trying to decide, should I watch it right now or should I watch it tomorrow when I'm watching just your videos? I think I'll watch it tomorrow. Like, I'll start with your new one. Since I want to make sure to include the name whose videos I'm watching, and I have so many windows open right now. It's so stupid. It's actually so stupid how many windows I have open right now.
My fiance is going to be coming over and we'll stay together.
Okay, so this color is so much better than what I had yesterday and before yesterday. Like, this is like the 4th, 5th version of the collar, and it finally looks somewhat okay.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Why is art so hard?
Stop telling me what to do.
Later that day,
Delete.
Tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in North.
Nah, I'm good. I wouldn't want to meet up with her.
I'm okay.
Sounds good.
I am currently in Ireland.
Oh, also.
I am staying with a friend.
So 4th of July incoming. I'm thinking about making a video of like 1-year update of living in US. So I'm trying to come up with like fun stuff to like tell people how I feel about like 1 year living in US. I'm struggling. I'm absolutely struggling coming up with ideas. I can go on like an hour-long rant about going to movie theaters in US. It kind of put me off from going to watch movies.
I'm safe. Things are good.
Now, I was told it might be also just the neighborhood I'm in.
Completely fine. Do you know how
Or
dense
the neighborhood that the movie theater is in.
Very dense country. I do not think it's gonna be a problem.
Let me compare it to how the color used to look like.
For reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a troll took this photo outside their building.
Yeah, the new one is a lot better.
Just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it, or even saying if you're careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a
Need to do the lines now. Oh, I hate line art. I hate doing line artwork. I also need to fix my onion, my hair. I'm planning to do a flame instead of the hair. Or maybe I'll have the hair and a flame toggle.
To visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara
Poutine
used to
truck,
tease an IRL
okay.
stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public? And then
I
also
feel like I should maybe move the collar.
in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod so I could make kiwi farms more vicious and attack me to the point
I feel like
where
this is too low.
Cloudflare had no choice, because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged Kiwi Farms on. I wanted them to attack me, because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers have been punished for similar behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant
Oh
target.
god, let's not talk about Ice Poseidon. Cannot stand that guy.
It wasn't his fault. At a certain point, he was clearly feigning ignorance.
Yeah, I think it being higher is better.
What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry, because Keffels has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive.
I don't remember that part.
This is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit.
Who's Ellen?
Last year, I was in the papers.
Why do I not remember this?
BBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment.
Also, you cannot tell me she doesn't sound like the chick that created the blood testing thing. The blood testing machine that flunked.
Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. Because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex, and because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public.
So which part is actually true?
So here's
her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Clara reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Clara then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Kevels went
Look.
And she went up to Melina.
My problem with this story is, so if it's fake, if she was not trying to escape an abusive ex, I have a major problem with that. Like, I went through situations with abusive exes and a stalker who literally showed up at the place where I live. So I know how it feels needing to escape someone. If this is fake, this is so beyond triggering for me.
And she was shaking. Like, it was like she was so anxious or so angry, she was shaking, right?
I really hope she's not lying.
Tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted. No memes. That happened, okay?
So Keffels moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
So, just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, like, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain.
Isn't it again GoFundMe policy? If you don't actually disclose from the get-go what you're spending on, it's a bannable offense.
An entire year's worth of rent. There she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights, I have like whole camera thing, it's very professional. So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer, and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money towards a legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe, and to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffels tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator.
Oof.
I know the PI will get me more, though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting two more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move, but more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. because I'm not just moving. I'm also taking legal action. I already have one lawyer, and I'm consulting with two
Yeah, I forget
more.
to switch off this.
I'm going to get justice for what happened
There
to
we go.
me. And for every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive. And I feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money, because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice. There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch the person who swatted me. And with what is going on and the connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used, because I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused, because I'm not providing a product to investors, I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund.
That sounds like
She got an
bullshit.
apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers, and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream, stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, "Whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms?" Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered, and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, "Wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound?" Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that. And I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that it's not worth it. There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like there's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which she was dead named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake, and the officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct, and you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was something that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but and I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like, I don't
think I slandered them. I mean, like
taking them at face
Kinda did, though.
right? For that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a like public office building or something like that with like politicians, then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So
I mean, no, because the email. Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
the first sentence of the email is "My name is Clara Sorrenti,"
but then it was signed with your dead name.
It said, "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now, this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to
Hi, Kimmy. What you doing? Just joined. I'm making my model while learning how to draw.
Of how things are happening. I have a total of
Never mind? What do you mean, never mind?
to take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition, with the activist drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar in her own community, to the point that
What's the point to even fight with Keemstar?
her self-destructive
Fuck, I
behavior
hate
drew a
Keemstar
large
so
concern, which
much.
eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffels about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempted swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee, boy.
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of
Thing called Black Ops 3.
drinking,
Nice. How the game's
It
going?
was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word, ooh, which she later blamed on withdrawals, apparently.
What? Come on.
Coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at $20.
Hey, why is it not drawing?
And that is a
Oh, because it's the wrong one.
$400 amount. It's hard to
Damn
believe
it.
that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fun money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know. Her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action, that by her own admission hadn't even started. Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about kiwi farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards...
That's why I won't do drugs. I'm too cheap.
In April of 2024, Keffels' lawyer, Justin Annisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribune. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, of the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she."
The
The
fuck?
fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against Kiwi Farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code. In order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of $75,000. And in order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffels, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed and they are awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert at the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffels is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffels deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move and used the money for a vacation
Oh
in Europe.
shit, that's the wrong
She
layer
didn't just
again.
use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was gonna do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and that also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account, even directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffels blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day, she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently, the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
Yep.
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Compared to what happened in Canada when I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's
The motto's coming along nicely, thank you.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized, the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffels was not swatted. It was a wellness check from someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffel stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the Armed Response Unit, which is deployed for when someone reports a stabbing in active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffels gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter horseshit. And if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on Website Zero known as Vile. Vile doxed several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including Keffels and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency data requests to impersonate government officials. They also use passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. Later on, Clara admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
What the fuck?
Like website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like, it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
I don't think the momentum is there for that, though. Like, with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were, like, following every fucking thing I said and did. And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well,
it's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Caffles, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who, on the other side, the people who do it, they're more technically skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like, I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you defend Kiwi Farms so much? I think
it makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down?
That is weird.
Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffels, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated. And even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? And I'm not a transphobe. I'm bringing this up, okay? This is this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true. There is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffels to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffels will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability, and it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022,
the fuck is a Catboy Ranch?
The DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS, with text on the box that reads, keep out of reach of parents. It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of shota or loli, which Keffels has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffels bragged about donating thousands of dollars a year to the site to help people get access to HRT before the age of 18. She said, "I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down." The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them, right? That's just a thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffels the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure. But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffels and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe. Chloe and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffels for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors.
What
I've
the
unironically
fuck?
helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents.
Wait, how do minors get cryptocurrency?
In fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you, or go to your local BTC ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions. Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and
The
by
fuck?
pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their
Why is
explicit
the
advocacy
color
for
so
minors
hard to
to use the
draw?
site.
Oh my
2 days
god.
later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keppel similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I saw. I wanted you on the stream.
Oh my
because
god, that's
I
the
have a
wrong
lot of,
layer.
trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So, I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And so, I have this site, which people are already sending the link in chat, is DIYHRT.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that would be amazing. And
so while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money, no bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual was identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash. And Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals.
This is broken down into names.
Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom. And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products. And during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is a person may not sell or supply a prescription-only medicine except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement for a medicinal product unless one of the following is in force of the product. So yeah, they got hit with something, and again, before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention. And this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board. And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffels calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedo-jacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffels, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Keffels...
Finally, I'll find out what is Catboy Ranch.
Actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting. But journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after in June of 2023. The story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan? To create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I am coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was a Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her posts was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 650 members, partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord, clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffels has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work sections. These are 2 very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffels. I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16. So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved. There was no grooming." Someone replied, "Who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification." Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffels. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?" Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is Synth Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I am so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors. As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors. And someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some
That's
kind of
so
authority
crazy.
on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffels, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. That only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffels, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public?
Yeah.
Because they make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
No.
Wow, that's interesting. They really are just straight up lying, huh?
Now, there's a lot of misinformation surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you we will turn your kid gay." On June 23, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little bottom catboy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they've been taking how if they have been talking about having with men, you can show me where, but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffels admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord?" And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now." Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. A just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended. This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kalo is known for running the account Transphobes posting their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on @transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art. Keffels defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, And it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that. You do furry gore? Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls out every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently, putting a prolific animal abuser behind
what file art? Necrozoo. Necrozoo file art. It's disturbing. It's so disturbing. I'm just... I'm speechless here.
She had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years. At this point, I need to pose the question, what goddamn moral high ground does Keffels have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyberstalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lolcow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS.
Yeah, maybe New York isn't so bad anymore.
She posted the address to the servers publicly and then accused them of supporting Russia.
So wait, that's you, Loki?
Would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the
No, people are not criticizing her because... I mean, granted, there definitely are people who hate her just because she's trans. But I don't think that's the main issue most people have with her.
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
Yes, sir. Okay. How you doing today?
I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch her weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe. She seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that...
Ah, my god, I pulled my leg.
She will completely disregard the truth.
I'll be right back. I need to get my lunch. I know it's 2:40 p.m., but I didn't have my lunch yet. Be right back.
In her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video, I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence. Okay, I have to be very honest here. Keffels has fake DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before posting them as if they're real. Keffels and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from
Okay, I'm back and I have my lunch.
November 30th, 2022.
Oh, I'm doing fine. Just a little frustrated with the color. This is like the fourth or something time I'm redoing it.
That it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so
But
fast. So many little things.
it's coming along. It's coming along.
My friends out buying new streaming gear and clothes.
I might just have some food right now.
That the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2
This one is definitely better than the previous one.
She actually did buy new clothes and equipment for her friends. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state if anyone ever finds out about how
I have some fries and watermelon.
And these messages,
I'm so happy.
Like what, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bat Empanada, who had criticized Keffels in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara,
wow.
I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer.
What the fuck?
Allegedly. Given the nature of these screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted.
What's wrong with this lady?
Legitimate. And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds. I think at the end of all this, the real harm that Keffels has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she quote-unquote wants to advocate for. Look, throughout covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist. And in most cases, they're just average people. And their identities are...
As a non-artist, I can say I do like design. Thank you.
...of what their, again, trans identity usually is.
Are you ready, New York, for this to be my motto? Want me to give you a sneak peek of Zen's motto?
Because, you know,
yeah.
I can really tell you this person's like the...
I might change the hoodie, though.
Trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will
He's not gonna have a hoodie.
I feel that Keffels' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffels is in fact a liar. They are evil. They are malicious.
I'm not a graphic artist, but
the community, they quote-unquote...
I decided to start learning it.
That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
And I thought, hey, you know what would be perfect? Making a motto.
Hello, guys and gals.
Are you planning to switch it to? Or just a shirt? I thought so it would go better along with my motto. Like maybe he would have like a torn long sleeve. Let me check for an example to show.
Me, Mudahar, and what if I told you one of the largest antiviruses in the world just got banned from you Americans buying it in your country? Ladies and gentlemen, to rip the Band-Aid off, this is an actual Bureau of Industry and Security posting. Kaspersky Lab prohibition. Now, you might be like, whoa, what is Kaspersky Lab, Muda? Well, this is Kaspersky. This is one of the oldest antivirus companies out there. One of the oldest computer security companies.
I cannot find one.
Sell antivirus software, or at least
I'm having a tough time finding an example.
Now, you can buy the standard version, plus, and premium, but we'll get into it in just a little bit. To give you an idea, reading into this situation has been absolutely baffling. Because, you know, last time we talked about actual software being banned, it was something like TikTok, right? Like when the TikTok ban happened, one of the things that I said is I am never a fan of anything getting banned in a country or a part of the world that is supposed to be free, right? Because if this happens in the United States, there's a chance it can easily happen in Canada and a lot of places. And as somebody that absolutely believes in freedoms and the ability to make
Yeah, what the hell? I cannot find a single example.
really anything, you should be allowed to install.
Gotta hate when Google cannot clutch it. 100%.
Looking into this right here, they said to protect our nation, the Department of Commerce
I hate Google.
issued a final determination prohibiting Kaspersky and its affiliates of
Yeah, I cannot find it. I don't know.
from engaging in transactions involving the provision of certain cybersecurity and antivirus products
But basically, yeah,
to U.S. persons.
it's gonna be a tight long sleeve, but like torn like around like here, and like sleeves a little bit. President said that he's tired of being a bunny boy.
Pose an unacceptable risk to United States national security and the security and safety of U.S. persons, and an undue risk of subversion of or sabotage to the integrity and operation of information and communications in the United States. In particular, there is a significant risk of harm to the integrity and operation of the ICTS and ICTS supply chain in the U.S.
Also, I'm trying to eat as fast as I can so I can continue drawing, but I'm a very slow eater, but I'm trying my best.
That you shouldn't be using this organization software. Now, Kaspersky is a Russian multinational cybersecurity company. And you might be like, well, I get it now. It's a Russian software. Obviously, Americans aren't taking too kindly to it. Now, the thing about it is you know, when you're talking about, you know, this company, we've used some of their findings.
And how dare he reject Bunny and embrace F instead? No, so both of us, we have the same ears. So the whole joke we're going with is the Jersey Devil.
For what is banning one of the largest antivirus providers.
But instead of horns, we're gonna have flames.
You can't buy other antiviruses, right? There's plenty of other options. Like McAfee, God rest his soul, you can buy award-winning antivirus software for 44 buckaroos a month. Which, by the way, can I just start off by saying, this is always disgusting to me. I get that it's introductory pricing for new customers. But
so, for example, I'm gonna have blue flames right here.
Even for new people to jump in. So of course, if you look at it,
where my poof is.
Provide like all these extra features. It's not just
he's gonna have his either here,
okay? They're giving you shit
like here, or where the ears are. I haven't decided yet.
Social privacy manager and personal data cleanup, where if your information is being sold by data brokers,
I only just learned about the Jersey Devil. Due to Wolf Among Us. I'm uncultured.
We have 61% off. You know, after 4 or 5 years of looking into this stuff for cybersecurity videos, what's insane about it is they always fucking have a sale. They're always 60% off. But that being said, these are first-year prices. I'm not here to talk about prices for antivirus software.
Oh, plus mine is super heavily inspired by The Blue Exorcist.
I don't use any antivirus software. I think
so. This is the kind of flames you have. I mean, we'll have.
If you need to check any
oh my god, why is this watermelon so good? What the hell?
Any file that you find a little sus, and just effectively see through all of the actual possible antivirus engines if a file is clean or not, or if there's a whole bunch of false positives. Buying an antivirus in 2024 is like paying a company to install effectively a big-ass rootkit on your system and you actually trusting that company. So one of the reasons why this has been banned is not just because it is Russian multinational software, okay? Most government agencies, most critical infrastructure...
And yeah, I'll have a toggle for my hand. I was checking out this video where you can rig the hand tracking when you're drawing, and I want to try that out.
Given some of the most invasive permissions possible, because its entire job, like anti-cheat, is to detect some of the most invasive, scary viruses that hit your system. And each antivirus kind of, you know, is good and bad. You know, there's no perfect solution. But generally, Kaspersky, from my understanding and my usage, has always been a relatively decent software.
One second.
Now, if you
Let me show you how the arms are gonna look.
Then you're pretty much fucked. You know, you might have heard a while back, not a while back, this was literally February of this year. Avast Antivirus was actually fined $16.5 million for privacy software that actually stole your browsing data. You might be like, whoa, isn't it the exact opposite? Well, I have the court case right here for Avast Right from the FTC, where they said in the violation of the FTC Act, unfair collection, retention, and sale of consumers' browsing information. So as they described in paragraph 710, 813 through the Avast software,
Wait, how did I switch them off? I don't even remember now.
stored that info in granular form indefinitely.
Understandable, I used to love Blue Exorcist. Kinda sad how it got treated.
And without consumer consent. These practices caused our
I forgot every single anime I like, it gets treated like shit.
outweighed by countervailing benefits to consumers or competition, and is not reasonably avoidable by consumers themselves.
So these are my base arms.
Imagine being sold like
But
privacy
I'll
tech,
have
and then you
this
find out, oh,
as
shit,
well.
the company allegedly just sold
And
you
the tracks when I'm doing art streams. I was thinking if I should do controller hands as well, but I don't use controller. I don't like it. It's intuitive for me.
your activity, and then allegedly just selling it off en masse to someone else. Really scummy behavior. You know, when you look at the description for their mobile software and they're like, hold on, pal, you can protect yourself against viruses and pop-ups. Get alerted when you install spyware and adware. As they're the fucking spyware. Usually when you install anything free, you're the product, okay? And in this situation, it's
Also,
you were the product.
without that,
Allegedly, of
that's how
course,
my
it's an
face looks
FTC
right now.
complaint after all. Now, even beyond all of this, when you're
But I found out I fucked up the
installing invasive software on your system. So one of the scary
I
parts
fucked
about
up
this
the
is any antivirus
face
software,
layering stuff.
there's a chance that if it detects anything that it finds
But
suspicious,
yeah,
it may
that's how my
upload the
eyes
files
look.
from your computer to its cloud server for analysis. Now, the thing about uploading your files to
A
somebody
fellow
else's
keyboard
hard drive is you
gladiator,
have
hell
no
yeah.
actual idea if that file is going to get deleted. Even if they write in an entire privacy policy that, yeah, we'll delete your file after so on and so forth, who's to say you can trust them? It's one of the reasons why I don't use cloud service providers. I actually have my own personal cloud server in my basement where I upload and just keep my files stored. If anybody needs to get
Oh my
something
god.
from me,
I
upload
destroyed
to a
this
server in my
watermelon,
basement, they
but I
download it
cannot
through my
finish
internet
it.
connection. It is that simple. So again, going to this whole situation right here, one of the things that I was looking into was a story of how the NSA actually had some of its, hacking tools possibly stolen by Kaspersky. So according to the Wall Street Journal Pro, this is way back in 2017, it was alleged that Russian hackers actually stole the NSA's, entire data.
You're really good at making the eyes super detailed. Honestly, it was such a complete bluff on stream. Because everything I'm drawing, this is my very first experience drawing it digitally. I used to paint and draw, like, traditionally.
Next to the FBI's,
But the digital art, I'm learning for the first time.
Situation, what had actually happened was a contractor was apparently using Kaspersky software.
Let me
on
switch
their
this
system.
off.
And what had happened was the guy took his work.
I had to
home,
do all the
already
layers
violated
already.
The NSA's rules, by the way, and hackers used the Kaspersky software to grab.
I had the mouth puff thing
that,
done as well.
running, like they had NSA malware stored on their system. So when Kaspersky's
Oh, what happened
antivirus
here?
tool was scanning the system, and it found that specific piece of software
Preview
had
of my
pretty
teeth.
nasty heuristics, meaning characteristics of malware. It uploaded that
Teeth.
to a cloud server belonging
It's
to
teeth.
Kaspersky. And apparently,
Oh, what happened here? What the fuck?
that information from Kaspersky and
Why is
basically
it so
grabbed
low?
the
What
NSA
happened here?
scary toolkit. Now, obviously, if that is true, which there is
Bruh.
no real fucking confirmation,
There we go.
you pretty much have to take the U.S. government at their
It's
word
for
for it.
cheek puffs later on.
Theory, okay, that's literally millions, maybe billions of dollars of actual defense research that has basically been yoinked by a foreign country.
So like I already did the mouth and stuff, like the inside of the mouth.
Big organizations, most critical organizations, won't ever install software from a foreign
So
country.
yeah,
They're never gonna
I'll show the
Chinese
preview of the
antivirus
teeth.
software, Indian antivirus software, Iranian antivirus software, Russian antivirus software in like the United States government. Okay, it's just never going to happen.
Side teeth, the buck teeth. I have a sticking out tongue as well.
Like, obviously, I think the government, this would make sense if they banned this
Hold on,
or
it's
just
just
made an outline ban for the government.
it's so many layers.
That kind of stuff has already happened anyways. I think it's wild that
So
now,
that's how
in
my
order to
teeth
protect the
will
average
look.
person, they've actually banned all of the civilians from buying Kaspersky stuff.
And
Now, with this, I think it's a little
where's my
hypocritical that
tongue?
one of the biggest
Tongue out. There we
governments in the
go.
world
That's
that
my.
has entire
That's how my
tech
tongue will
companies
look
like
like.
Facebook, for instance, literally
But
spy
all
on
that I'll
users,
have to
Twitter, for
rig.
instance, spy on users. Some of the most tracking that exists on the internet, period, comes from American companies. And they're the ones, you know, at least from the president's perspective, putting on the big show of, hey, we're going to protect you guys. Nobody is allowed to spy on you unless it's us. That's really what it all kind of comes down to. It's all what it boils up to. Now, obviously, this didn't start with even Biden. This started, again, all the way back, even with Trump, for instance, when he signed the National Defense Authorization Act, which actually put a ban on this software for federal
I
civilians
messed
and
up. I
especially
made
those military
the
systems. So this is more so centered around
base
people who are
face with.
obviously the average civilian. Now,
Wait. Oh, thank God. I don't have the base face with the
no, I don't think
face
using
line
one
art. Thank
antivirus
God.
vendor means a lot. But what I do find scary
Or did I?
is how the government can basically decide what software is
I'll need to figure
allowed
that
in
out
and out of the
because the
country
line
through
needs
the
to be
financial
separate
channels
from
it
the
has.
base
It
face.
is actually a
So
loss
when
of
you
freedom
look
for you not
up,
to
like the
install
line
whatever you
here
want on your system.
disappears.
And I think it really is a sign.
You plan on streaming rigging process? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When it comes to social
I
media
am planning to
services
do
and
that.
programs like this, the government is basically going to
But
have like this
it will be
America First
literally the
model,
same as
and
with the
most of those
drawing, me
people are
just
like
learning how
Republicans.
to do it.
Now, I don't really have an issue
Hi, Meow
with
Meow.
doing
How you
one way
doing?
what the United States does,
Oh,
because
I
a lot of other
didn't switch
countries
on the
do the same thing
throwables.
back to us, right?
I'm having a bit of a headache.
You can't even access a lot of their computers either, right? And Russia, you know,
Okay,
despite
I need
being one of the
to
most, I guess,
finish the
slightly
collar.
more democratic than they used to, you know, back during the Cold War, I would still say that the, tinge of tyranny is still pretty strong out there too. You know, at least in the Western world, we have something known as the rule of law, and I guess that veneer is kept up far better than the other big superpowers.
Doing good? Hell
What
yeah.
is ultimately really scary to me, though, is the amount of
Oh
control
my god,
that
I'm
the
like
government is taking to
digesting the
basically tell
watermelon.
you what you
It's
can and cannot
a
do
little
with
bit
your
kicking
system.
my ass.
So yeah, one of the largest antivirus vendors out
I
there.
feel like I should
But
add
ultimately,
more
at the end of the
shade
day,
though.
to sort of divert to another, big overarching topic that I have, I don't understand why somebody in this modern day and age
Feels
still
like
needs to
there's
buy
some shade
antivirus
missing.
software like this. I would wager you probably shouldn't be wasting any of your money on rootkit antivirus stuff like this that runs so invasively. Especially if you're a Windows user, and Windows Defender alone is probably far better than anything else on average here. When we do virus
Wait, why is
investigation
it?
videos, you know how annoying Windows
Weird
Defender
color
is
there.
at protecting our computers from actually
Did I
investigating
mess
malware?
up something?
You turn off the real-time protection just for a minute, it
Might have
right the
messed up
fuck back
something.
on.
No, I
It
didn't.
does not care. So in general, I really don't think anybody should be paying for these things or really going out of their way to download antivirus software, especially when you do have to put in a lot of trust to Kaspersky or really
Oh shit.
any organization when you install this level of software on your
I
system.
was using the
best
symmetrical
actual
too.
safe tip that I can give you is Windows Defender plus this amazing kit called Common Sense. And you know what? Maybe AdBlock, especially if you get something like uBlock Origins running. The internet can be a dangerous place full of ads and scams, and at least if
You in
can
New
get
York?
around, I think 90% of people
That's
get
fine.
infected with
I know. I'll just throw something on the screen myself.
maybe network-wide ad blocking, maybe a Chrome extension or something.
Can we have a recording of that?
Clicking a shady link in the first place.
I keep telling everyone my chat abuses me, but no one believes me.
And honestly, it might never
I
come
need
back.
proof.
The U.S. government's cracking down, and they're telling you if you want to spy on them, you better be an American company we can hit up anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and I am out. Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Aura, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever Google searched yourself and found that a lot of your information was out there and you don't really feel comfortable with your full name, medical information, health records, especially information relating to your family? Well, that's what our sponsor here, Aura, is about to help you out with. See, data brokers exist selling your information to scammers, spammers, and all kind of bad people all over the world. And Aura, the sponsor here, actually jumps in and files out opt-out requests on your behalf.
Okay, I think that's better.
Brokers don't actually end up trading your information around. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been situations.
Then what happened to our bond during the 24 hours? You guys had a bond?
Actually has 73 million customer records, both existing and former customers end up being leaked out, released on the dark web. And it's that information that data brokers pick through to find information on you that they can sell to nefarious people all over the world. So if you want to get rid of this kind of information and you don't want to waste your time filling out opt-out stuff yourself, go check out Aura. Aura provides other features like antivirus protections, VPNs, password managers.
Why did I throw my pen like that? Like it offended me. My pen is talking mad shit about me apparently.
Stop data brokers from exposing your personal information. Go to the sponsor aura.com/SOG and get a 14-day free trial and see how much of your information is actually being sold. And stop it today. That said, let's get to the video. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and about a few years ago I made a video in regards to North Korea's operating system known as Red Star OS. Now at the time I made a video on Red Star 3.0, which is basically Mac OS but run by North Korea. Now this is one of the more insecure versions of Linux where obviously it was designed to basically restrict any form of access and also came with instant watermarking tools, so if you tried to be a little shady person sending around flash drives all over North Korea, they would know.
We transcended our statewide beef over
whatever gulag existed in North Korea or any of their satellite countries.
Okay, well, I didn't hear any of this happening, so it must be a lie.
Because I managed to get my hands on Red Star 2.0, which is basically North Korean Windows XP. And let me tell you something, it is in fact a fever dream. Now to give ladies and gentlemen a quick idea over here, according to Beta Wiki, Beta, Red Star OS is a North Korean Linux distribution intended as a complete replacement for Microsoft Windows. Now, it's not uncommon. Plenty of countries actually have their own versions of operating systems that are detached from Microsoft Windows, the United States and a lot of its Western allies included. It's not necessarily a North Korean thing. Actually, I've shown you throughout my channel that there are Russian military operating systems, Chinese government military operating systems. A lot of these things really just run off of Linux, and that's because of the open source nature and the ability to modify the operating system to your choice. You can make it as free or as restricted as you
apparently was.
When it came time for the average masses of North Koreans to use an operating system,
hey, let's polish up the line art. I really genuinely hate working on the line art.
Could potentially use against the Hermit Kingdom.
I don't have a steady hand.
Recently, with a recall and all the extra stuff they're putting in, maybe that is actually good decision making. Who knows? The operating system includes functionality that tracks and sends data of the user's actions to the North Korean government, as well as the ability to watermark media content on user storage devices with a serial number, which we'll actually get into a little bit. Access to several core Linux modules are barred, even if the user is logged in with root privileges. Attempts to disable the built-in lockdown functionalities may either yield error messages or force system reboots. So inside here, these green ticks actually show which versions of this operating system have actually been retrieved from the Hermit Kingdom. To understand, version 1.0, 1.1, 2.5, and the most recent 4.0 are still locked behind the Iron Curtain. So we can't really get access to it unless somebody breaks into North Korea and manages to grab an install image or the operating system files from a North Korean computer. And I don't know if that's ever going to happen given how tight-lipped the country actually
I told you about it, Lifu. It's been a long time, so I cannot remember much. Sleep deprived and everything.
So here it is, boys and girls, after installing it, which the installation, thank God for translation software, which allowed me to understand exactly how to get things going. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, version 2.0. Now, obviously, I want you to understand I cannot read Korean whatsoever, so I'm going to try my best to actually just navigate the operating system and basically show you how close to the Windows experience North Korean Red Star really is. And after this, we'll basically look through some of its spying methods. Ooh.
Damn, the sound though.
I think I might have to turn down the speaker there. I don't have the headphones in, so you probably got assaulted with that dual audio here. Now it immediately gives me this like little this little dialogue box. So I'm going to use the translation software on my actual smartphone just to basically read and translate.
How did he get his hands on it though?
So this error message right over here basically says Desktop Media Manager does not start. Now, I assume there's probably some error over here, but that's fine. That's fine. You can see the date is captured in 2024.
Am I the only one wondering about it? How did he get his hands on it?
Support, as we all heard, and an exact red flag, which means that somebody in North Korea.
So is it me or this seems kind of thick?
So, in fact, reading this right now, it says application programs launcher
It seems
during the test
too
may
thick.
operate abnormally. So please complete the test. I assume this is just diagnostic software. So again, opening up the computer tab over here, you can pretty much tell that this is actually Windows XP. I mean, they really have captured the entire aesthetic of XP down to literally everything. You've got the control panel, you've got Microsoft Windows. I believe these are bookmarks or user directories. And of course, you've got internet or remote connection, so Samba servers.
Yeah, this is better.
But obviously, one of the first things I like to do is really modify my experience, okay? I want to make sure that this Windows or this system is exactly what I want. So here's some actual modifications. Here's some actual, like, desktop customization.
Why am I doing that?
Let's see what actually the Hermit Kingdom allows us to do. So there's some actual styles. You get to, you can get a little dark mode if you want, which we might as well slap that in there. Oh, hell, that looks gorgeous. Actually, wait, that looks terrible. Oh, that looks awful. So again, back out of here. And again, this is an old version of like Red Hat. So trying to understand this isn't exactly the easiest thing. So here they've actually got icon styles from Windows Vista and Windows XP. They don't even give a shit. They just straight up distribute illegal assets, dude. They don't give a fuck. Well, let's change it to Windows XP, okay? Come on now. All right, let's get that old classic style. Oh, not that. No, not that. We can change to Windows XP here, and again, dude, they just distribute the Bliss wallpaper. I mean, this can't be legal. They literally just break the law. They're just distributing Microsoft.
I don't
assets.
think North Korea gives a shit.
The Windows Vista, wallpapers, even though they give you the icons for whatever reason. So
Only for this, I used to know a guy for all the years. I knew him for 11 years. He never landed a job or bothered to. Wait, who are you talking about? I have no idea who you're talking about.
With a North Korean.
Okay, I actually don't know.
High across it, so very beautiful, very intriguing. And of course, here's a different theme going on. No flag. Slightly darker, slightly midday. Oh, this is gorgeous, dude. Look at that. Look at that sunset. Dude, I tell you what, for such a dictatorship, it's definitely got beautiful scenery. Here's a North Korean town. So you can see like a coastal town over here. You've got some cultural stuff. It's like Kyoto, but with a little more oppression. All right, so basic customization aside, let's actually.
I'll wait for a message from Zen because I have no idea who the fuck he's talking about.
Getting some of the applications that they're basically known for. So, for instance, I did in fact get the app set folder.
This seemed kind of choppy.
Oh my God, it literally is just Windows XP. Like, it's so shameless. So they got some actual programs for this too, which again, some of these are like actual antivirus softwares, which again, this is such an old version of Linux that it doesn't even matter if you try to protect yourself anyways. I actually doubt that anybody's going to attack this either. It's probably got some extra protections in its whole network just because of how monitored this stuff is. So again, if you actually look through the programs here, so to speak, you've got the initial Red Star program, which this I believe is actually an update tool. So again, if I whip out the translation software right here, this is in fact adding and deleting programs.
Yeah, I don't remember him.
This is system update. So the bottom is system update, and again, If you try to look for a system update, you actually can't find
Where the
anything.
fuck did I put the back of the collar?
Connect to the server.
What?
And in fact, right over here, you can see that the actual URL.
But yeah, I found out some of the layers are separated incorrectly.
If you try to actually detect this, you'll find that the renewal
So I will have to redo it.
you can't update this because I'm sure the servers have long since died for such an old version of North Korean operating systems. So there's another reason for why I can't actually update.
Where
probably,
the
like,
fuck
there's probably a good
is
reason
it?
that the updates are available even inside North Korea, but just inside North Korea. To give you an idea, because of how tightly controlled the information
Where did I put it?
is in the country, the internet is more commonly known as an intranet, meaning that internally North Koreans can operate and view websites that you and I can't because the actual internet service providers prevent external devices from connecting into the country. It's actually a certain case with websites, even within China, for instance, that just can't be accessed from outside the world. So obviously, if you look at the Kwangmyong, which is the network here, the Walled Garden National Internet Service, this basically operates in
There
a
we go.
private
We found it.
IPv4
Oh, thank God.
address range of 10.0.0.0. So again, if you
But yeah, I don't remember that person whatsoever.
services, BBS sites, web pages, than the average person. If you do connect to a North Korean website, it is because the North Korean government has allowed you to connect into it through their internet service provider. Other than that, what they have internally is something that is of a great mystery to people outside the Hermit Kingdom. What is this right here? Oh, this is like a sound setting equalizer. So a lot of these this is just like the multimedia tab, so sound control. And here you've actually got some modifications. So you've got some magnifier tools. So that's the accessibility, the only accessibility tool, by the way. And then, of course, you've got the terminal right here. So they make it look like it's a Windows terminal, but it's really not. So if you do uname A, or not unit, uname-A, you'll find out, yes, the version of Linux we're on is 2.6.25-14. But this is all the way back from 2009, bros. 2009 is when this build is from. Jesus Christ. What is the USB option? What is this? What is it saying about admins now? Hold on. Scan this. What is this? The password for USB security manager admin is not set. Oh, so you can just set its password right here. So I'm going to do the ultra secure 123456. So hit OK, and this allows us, ladies and gentlemen, by using USB security, access to the USB media is allowed only to authorized users. Oh, so you can create like private USBs off of this as well. Jesus, interesting. All right, I want to see what the 3D option is. What is 3D here? 3D. Activate tabletop effect? Yeah, I might as well activate it. See what the heck the 3D. Oh, shit, we are crashing it. Oh, fuck. Oh shit! I just crashed.
This needs to be darker.
System, dude. Oh, that sucks. All right, you can't use a 3D effect. All right, I don't think the VM is supporting any of that nonsense. Jesus Christ. All right, obviously, I'm sure some of y'all would like to see. Oh, did they allow some creativity over here and there? Oh, of course they got MS Paint right here. Hell yeah, you can draw all the stick figures you want. I mean, this is literally just an exact copy of Microsoft Windows, man. Like, it is insane how just straight up they've basically copied everything off of here. So they've got PDF folders. They've got what is this flower tool? They got generative AI back then.
It wasn't worth much. Professional victim mindset. Gotcha.
Because we're some ordinary gamers, I think we all want to see what North Korean gaming looks like. So here we've got Korean solitaire. Okay, fair enough. I was never good at solitaire, so I'm not even gonna try and pretend that I know what I'm doing. You know who's like an expert at this game? It's literally my mom. She's like the ultimate solitaire player that I've ever seen. Like, she can just absolutely dominate this. So I'm not even gonna try to continue solitaire. Does it have like an Oh, it has like an automatic play feature. Oh hell yeah, dude. Oh, it auto solves it. Dude, this is way better than Windows XP Solitaire. Windows XP Solitaire didn't have half the fucking features this did. This is amazing. All right, I'm going to keep that running in the background. What other game? Do we have some violent games by any imagination? You know, we got tanks and everything here. So we've got what appears to be a question mark. Oh, this is like Korean checkers? Oh, dude, I can't play this. I swear they have like a version of this in like Yakuza. I sucked there and that, and I'm gonna suck here. Oh, what? Oh, is this like version 1.0 of the same game? Look at the actual animation, dude. That's so soulless and fucking
What the fuck?
That's so weird. Dude, the black eyes are killing me. This thing is so creepy. That's actual nightmare fuel, man. This is like a creepypasta. This whole video turned into haunted gaming real quick. All right, let's actually load up Minesweeper. I mean, you can't... Oh, this... Bro. Bro, they don't even care. This is just such a straight rip. It's actually insane. I have never had such a streak on my... Okay, yeah, I failed right there. That is the furthest I've ever done Minesweeper without actually failing. That is so crazy. It's so insane how close. Like, this isn't even like... Like, what's insane is that I actually have to imagine that they stole this. Like, this is probably a straight up stolen code from Windows XP. Like, the icons are the exact same. Everything is the exact same here, man. Like, it's not even a joke. They don't even care. Like, there's not even a joke in this situation, man. This is like the exact same version of Minesweeper that existed in like Windows XP Vista even. So what is this? Oh. Oh my god, wait a minute. Is this?
Okay, I think I'll give the collar a rest.
Oh, this is like
I do want to change the chains.
There's like no animations, no nothing. It doesn't have any of the addictive qualities that the mobile version.
I'm not a fan of the chains.
You basically just have to kill whatever is connecting. Oh, wait, I'm number 1? Muda, there we go. I wonder if this sent to like a Korean server somewhere.
Just the
like
color of it's kind of bothering me.
Like somebody is actually playing a game. What is this? An adventure title? Oh my god, it is actually an adventure title. No way. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I honestly would prefer going to a fucking prison camp than playing shit like this my entire life. Like, you know, I feel like the games are intentionally terrible on purpose so that if you are actually procrastinating, it's just a way for you to actually get back and do your stuff. Oh, here it is. I actually won it. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Send another thing to the leaderboard, dude. I'm crushing the Koreans at their own game. Okay, so that's all the gaming right there. The last thing really here is obviously internet browsing.
Where did I have them?
Now, this is a web browser known as Nainara. So we're going to actually open it up just to basically show you how this works. Now, this browser, Nainara, is translated to My Country in English, and this is version 2.5. So we're going to open that up real quick and just kind of show you how this works. So this takes us to user share doc HTML index. So this right over here is an introduction.
I changed the color of it again. I don't remember.
About Red Star version 2.0. So this is basically like a instruction manual to kind of teach you about the actual operating system that you've, downloaded off from some shady site on the internet. So again, if you wanted to get like some ideas, so this is like the actual minimum requirements right over here. So you need like a Pentium 3 processor, Pentium 4, about 800 megahertz of actual CPU speed, CPU clock speed. This is the exact, you need the AMD 64, and of course 256 megabytes of actual
Why is it
RAM.
coming out this
So,
color?
Again, this is about on par with regular Windows XP, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of weird considering we are using like a version of Linux, which is typically lighter on resources. But yeah, they're not joking around. This is in fact what printers that this device is compatible with. So if you wanted to print using Red Star OS, I would recommend never connect this to anything on your actual network. I don't know what this is doing behind the scenes. Chances are it's probably still pinging somewhere to a North Korean server, but the likelihood of that server still being active is probably little, but you never want to risk it. So up here you can see that it connects to the Nainara BBS, which is like BBS for anybody that doesn't know. These are like old school forum messaging services where people can just share information around. Obviously, it would be very tightly controlled. And again, if you try to access it, for instance,
I think it
will
fits
just
the color
consistently
now.
try to look for a server. It won't actually make a connection because it can't make a connection because the servers are down. So if you actually open up this tab, the second tab here, you
Wait,
see that it's connected
rule
to
of rigging, make it
address number
straight.
10.76.1.11
And the rig
of
from
the
there.
Nainara browser. So again, with all of this stuff considered, we're just going to open a new actual, page right here. And I'm going to show you that this can actually connect to the internet. So if you go to google.com, you can see that, yes, we are actually connecting to the internet, and it's going to ask me, just let me find the permanently grant this option. So do this.
Okay, the color is more accurate now.
Have the browser right here working, and because it's a Korean language pack, it's auto defaulting me to the Korean language pack. So if I type in Mudahar, for instance, yes, let's search that way. It actually can search all the way on actual Google. You can, in fact, grab like my face over here and at least like save that if you. Oh hell yeah, dude! I can make that my actual wallpaper. Hell yeah, dude! Boom. Boom, look at that. There's actual full-on customization right here. Now, again, obviously, this is the extent of what you can do with Windows XP, but clearly North Korean. And again, aside from what we've just seen, this is basically the extent of what's doable on this actual system. So a lot of it is aping Microsoft Windows XP, and it's
Gonna have to redo the shadow though.
to ape it just because this is what they want.
Color change shadow will have to be there.
Microsoft's software, because I think a genuine fear that the North Korean government would have had is obviously if we're using American software, they might be able to actually, turn that against us if it came to surveillancing the actual North Korean state, which they were not willing to do. So they basically aped Linux and turned it into their own actual operating system with their own bells and whistles. So to give a quick idea of like covering Naenara, Naenara is the official web portal of the North Korean government. According to this Wikipedia article over here, it is the first website in North Korea. And it was created in 1996. So this is as old as the internet in of itself. Now, to give an idea, North Korea's internet is more known as an intranet, meaning that it is basically an internal network that connects just the country, and any connections outside of the country are severely monitored.
Now the shadows.
I believe the elite are able to really access it. So government people and those who are high up and friends with those government individuals are able to access the internet outside of North Korea. For the average person, I doubt they could even get their hands on a computer, let alone a mobile device to leisurely do things in. So Naenara is actually a page that is still available. So you can access it, even change the language around, and it is just a website that gives you up-to-date information on what North Korea is doing. So the last posts were literally from this month in 2024. You can see Kim right over here giving actual ceremonies, man. God damn. So beyond all of it, there's actually a list of North Korean websites that are provided by northkoreatech.org. And over here, you can see that they've got company websites, cultural websites, government NGOs, news and media, travel and tourism, and of course, university websites. So again, if you open up their company and business websites, you can see that they've got a pharmaceutical company, which obviously if we open it up right over here, you can access it not with the Naenara browser, but just accessing it through regular internet connectivity anyway. So these sites are a little bit slow to access, but to do effectively ping back, unfortunately in some cases it seems like for this, it just doesn't actually have anything accessible other than this one button, and that's it. All right, that was a bit of a swing and a miss. North Korean insurance company? Oh man, if it's anything like insurance companies, no matter where you go, they'll always exist to the ass. So this is knic.com/K. This is the full-on insurance company right here. God damn. I love how no matter where you go on the website, the media is always filled with some North Korean, parade march for the military. It is always just in your face. And I don't even deny that most of these websites are literally all run just by the state. We will always be with you as a kind and benign friend. You're an insurance company, bro. There ain't nothing nice about you. Yo, look at these like Yakuza level pimps sitting over here running this company, bro. God damn. Dude, they're like mob bosses, bro. Mob bosses running it. Bro, they got PIF? PIF? The Pyongyang International Film Festival. Oh, bro, who needs Toronto International Film Festival when you got PIF? Now, there's a real wild story, actually, about, I believe the North Korean leader literally kidnapping a South Korean actress for, years from a film festival just to have them portray their role in, North Korean propaganda movies. So film in North Korea is a pretty controversial past for sure. So immediately right over here, they got the 2021 event canceled because of COVID-19, but they haven't really followed anything beyond all of this. You can submit your movies right over here. 1,049 euros per person? Is that a ticket to get in and watch the ceremony? Jesus, it's a film. Oh, that's an entire tour.
But I
5 nights at the
copied it.
GRK and 1 on the train.
I guess I didn't.
Oh my lord. Watch footage from previous events. Oh, dude. Oh, wait a minute. Dude, that's so wild. That's so wild. They hate
Oh my
people in the
god.
West, but they choose
That
not to use our server hosting space just to show their movies. I want to see what the
fucked
director's
up.
names are or something. Is there yeah, there's like an itinerary
Duplicate.
over here. Oh, we can't even access it, dude. It's so inaccessible. Look at that. They got the film festival form right over here, dude. You can actually write this form, give them your information, and just go and apply to the film festival. Wild stuff, man. Wild, wild stuff. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the internet of North Korea is still very much a hidden thing, and there's so many websites that are so inaccessible just because, like I said, it is an intranet. But one thing before we actually end over here is talking about how they actually spy on you. So Insinuator.net basically made a write-up where they talked about how this operating system would watermark you. So this is more related to version 3.0, which we saw in Virus Investigations, and that was the version that very much resembled Mac OS. So here they actually talk about how this operating system would literally run some kind of virus scanner in this situation. And the first thing that came to their attention when looking at functions in that binary was GPS watermarking information. So again, all these informations, read document info, encrypt, normalize word information, private image processing, audio processing, get DCT, get image from DCT, and again, checking for things like watermarking. Obviously, it's designed to basically make sure that people who are using this operating system have some form of identification stamped onto their system. So when they were talking about this situation, one thing important is like when they were using the actual word processors, watermark for audio files seemed to be created by applying a custom filter. The OS seems capable of keeping track of which files have been opened on the system. This makes it easy to track on which system a file has been created on and which it has been opened. So privacy-wise, it's actually a massive deal. And obviously, if the North Korean government wanted to send a few guys and gals to spy on you and basically run some forensics, they can identify who's sharing files.
There we go.
Normally, if you're sharing something innocent like a stick figure, probably won't get in trouble. But if you're sharing like dissenting, paperwork, if you're sharing like rebellious paperwork against the government, you might end up putting yourself in a prison camp or just straight up getting shot right in the back of the head. I'm just going to keep it right up front with you. To sum that up, creating and using media files on Red Star OS can get you in trouble if you are living in North Korea. Do not assume that the files can be kept private and cannot be traced back to the creator. Now, to give an idea, this is an image right over here of something known as machine identification code, which is something that was found in printers, right? So obviously when you printed a documentation, sometimes little dots like this were actually spread across the page. It would be pretty much unidentifiable, or, you might not be able to see it if you were just, looking at your paperwork like normal. But what this code was designed to do, based on a reverse engineer by the EFF, was actually to identify which printer and when this was supposedly printed. So you can see what the EFF did was they looked at these dots, and of course they had basically reverse engineered how they were actually printed in a fashion, right? So they found time, date, and of course serial numbers, which identified which printer or where which piece of hardware could be used. So the United States government, if they wanted to track somebody down who could have
Okay, everything's in the right folder now.
like confidential information, sent it out on the internet. This is all something that would be used as
Yay, we did it.
individuals. And again, a lot of this kind of spying.
I'm gonna remove the arm chains.
Back to the Cold War with the KGB, and of course the infamous typewriters that would actually
I changed my mind about them.
That would again, serve as basically the world's first keylogger. Now, look, operating systems like Red Star have been cleansed allegedly from spyware, right? So where you can download OVA files that allow you to actually run this in a virtual machine. Now, the way that we did all of this is obviously we put ourselves, through various.
The fuck are they? Oh.
You're talking about, obviously isolating your network. You're talking about
there we go.
Virtual machine or virtual private networks. You were talking about
looking nice. Ugh.
Obviously, any OS connected to the internet can send back some form of telemetry.
I'm like so tired of it.
I would have to imagine some North Korean server may have gotten a ping from my region of the world or whatever region I set the VPN to. And that's pretty much just.
But I think it's close to being close to the end. I need to fix some layering though.
Back to the internet of North Korea for
But it's getting there.
Obviously, one great article and one great write-up is from Size of Cat back in 2021, where they're basically
Maybe like
down
1 or 2 more days and it's gonna be done.
IP addresses internally and connecting them to actual websites. So, for instance, the SciTech Distribution Commission, which is 1030-7167, if you actually try going to it, obviously because we're not in the North Korean intranet, we can't access this. But there's a whole.
Wait, hold on. The layering of the collar is wrong.
North Korea, obviously shedding more light into how the country operates. And again, you know, it's stuff that I wish we could see. It's stuff I wish I could show you. But unfortunately, until I get access to a North Korean, network, maybe this will be a future video.
Okay.
And if I do make that video, it'll probably be
now it's correct.
Because I have a bullet to my head from any North Korean state agency that doesn't want me.
I want to change the how this looks.
System, ladies and gentlemen. No. If you value,
I'm not a fan of how it looks.
I would stay far away from using any of this stuff. Again, leave it to dumbasses like me to show you exactly what Red Star OS is capable of. Now, I really hope that at some point down the road, I can cover Red Star 4.0 or even the original Red Star 1.0. But realistically, the only other version we can look at is the server versions, which if you ever want to run a server using Red Star, well, it's available. It's there. It's probably just not going to be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Let's see what I can do with it. I should toggle off the face thing.
Who are by far the best way to learn math, data science, and computer science interactively in a fun way at your own pace.
Yeah, I just don't think this looks good.
And regardless of what your skill level is, whether you're all the way at the beginning or
Maybe I should just do this first.
in your field, Brilliant customizes content
That might actually help.
and solve at your own pace. Me, when it comes to YouTube, I have to look at analytics a lot. And for me, learning things like data science and how data interacts with each other allows me to better optimize my channel and learn exactly what you guys want and how to make my content better in a very, very mathematical way. And no matter what, I know that I'll at least be having fun instead of just reading through paragraphs in a textbook the entire time. So if you want to learn anything in this field, anything math related, computer science related, data science related, Brilliant has thousands of lessons for you to choose from. If any of this interests you, then make sure to go to our link in the description below, brilliant.org/SOG. Ladies and gentlemen, that is brilliant.org.
Do I have any references of how hair like this needs to look?
For 30 days. And if you're the first 200 people to go, that'll get you 20% off an
The only references I have is... Oops.
That said,
Accidentally moved it.
hello, guys and gals. Me, Muda.
Yeah, so the only references I have is... The Blue Exorcist.
I have a cyber nuke, a cyber bomba, so to speak, sitting on my computer. Now, you might be wondering, well, Muda, what are you doing with a cyber demolition device? Ladies and gentlemen, I bought this for $500. Now, you might be wondering, whoa, where'd you buy this for $500? So to give you an idea, this is a group known as VX Underground. You probably have heard of them a fair bit. I've talked about them on my channel a couple times. They're friends of the channel. And, of course, they were selling this drive for $500. The reason I paid $500 was because A, I wanted to give these guys some support, and B, I wanted to have all of the malware samples and viruses and nasty devices that can destroy computers, ruin businesses, ruin marriages even, sitting on my desk right here. Now, as you can see, this is plugged in, ready to go, and we're going to go exploring for some of the darkest malware sitting on here. So to give you an idea, anytime I do things like virus investigations or I look at a virus, I have to go through repositories of actual malware samples. Some of these repositories are not publicly available, simply because if you were to give out samples to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, there would be a lot of angry people sitting on their desk, okay? Because they unwillingly ran a virus and their computer got destroyed, or files got stolen, or they got ransomed without realizing. But of course, VX Underground assumes that people coming over here have some level of intellect, and they definitely have a lot of disclaimers present. And I should also add a disclaimer. If you are going to buy something like this, or hell, download any sample off of the internet that is actual malware, that is on you, okay? What you do on the internet is not, we are not legally liable for whatever dumb stuff you do. The only person that we're legally liable for who does dumb stuff on the internet is me, okay? So VX Underground sent this box to me, which was a Western Digital 8 terabyte Easy Store desktop HDD. Now, I think I paid for the 8 terabyte or 10. Not that I'm going to go out of my way to complain about it. I got what I paid for. They gave me a little letter over here, which I'm going to scan and show you on the screen as we read. Hello, thank you for purchasing the VX Underground Complete Collection. We appreciate your support and we hope you enjoy the contents of the drive. I will. Please exercise extreme caution with this external device. Though this drive contains white papers on the development, reverse engineering, and detection of malware, it also contains a large quantity of malicious binaries which will cause damage to your computer. The malicious binaries on this device are diverse and contains things such as malicious Microsoft Office documents, malicious binaries like data stealers, ransomware loaders, spyware. The malicious binaries are not exclusive to Windows malware. It includes Linux malware, Mac OS malware, yeah, that exists, Android OS malware, and more exotic malware. Malware which targets chastity belts. So you might be like,
What?
Muda, are you going to be careful running this? Look, I'm a stupid person, but
Fuck
if
is
it's one thing
that?
I'm smart at is my computer stuff. So we are going to go walk into this with some severe caution. To understand, some of the samples here are not going to be protected by methods that I've been routinely using on my channel. So here they list that they got 34,599 advanced persistent threat samples dating back to pre-2010. They've got 107 malware builders, the complete Conti links, which are their internal conversations, tools, etc., 11,596 papers on malware development, and 5.13 terabytes of malicious binaries. So, yeah, in between all of it, they've got things like the Twitter IOC collection, which are 40,000 binaries that were found on Twitter of all places. They've got the In the Wild collection, which is 1.9 million binaries they've gotten from online scraping. And of course, they've signed here.
Yeah, if I add too many of these, it doesn't look good. So the best thing I can do is just expand them.
Thank God I have this drive. So, ladies and gentlemen,
It will be just easier if I do this.
open up this drive and explore this
Need
together.
the copy.
So Sandbox Linux platform, and if you look right here, you can see this easy store link. We're gonna hit yes on that. I hear the drive
Duplicate.
Here it is. Woo! So this drive is so new. They've got install Western Digital software for Windows.
Okay, let's see.
I'm gonna get rid of that dog shit right there. And first things first, I actually want to see what this consists of. So if I go to properties, this is NTFS, so it's obviously formatted for Windows. It's filled with up to 7.3 actually,
there we go.
got around 5-something terabytes, so it's actually calculating right here, 5.1 terabytes. It's a total 7.3 terabyte file size.
I'll make sure I won't have bold spots when I'm rigging.
Free. So if you wanted some extra storage, I guess they've got it in there. So first things first, they've got 5 folders: APTs, archive, malware source code collections, papers, and samples. So if you open up the samples, you can see that they've got them all segregated by the Twitter IOC collection, In the Wild, virus share. So if you go to Twitter IOC, you can see that these are highly compressed folders, and opening one of them, they give you, here's the password. So the password should be infected. And of course, you can see all of these samples even further compressed down this list. They're not necessarily that big. We're looking at like a couple megabytes at most, and some of them are sitting in the kilobytes. They are ultra compressed, so to understand, these are just, again, millions of malware sitting over here waiting to be used. So beyond all of these malware samples, they've obviously got technical write-ups for things like the Mirai botnet. For anybody that was interested in understanding how that works, or any form of research onto it, well, this is an entire drive filled with all kinds of technical write-ups, so if you were interested in learning, you can obviously look through this. Not that that information isn't available freely to download as well too, but this is all part of this collection. So it's not just filled with malware samples, it's filled with some educational material. So for anybody that wants to learn stuff, you can start off figuring out things from here, right? Or at least if you're interested in the technical makeup of things. Yeah, look at this. If you wanted to figure out, if you wanted to learn like abusing Notepad plugins, well, they've got entire papers for you to sit down and read. So if you're somebody that's interested by this topic, This is like a pretty good learning. This is just a good resource to have sitting around. But of course, from what I understand, you can just download these anyway, so you don't need to spend all this money to get a drive. This is just me being me. So right here, malware source code. So for instance, if you want to look at source codes for certain pieces of malware, you have them all right over here, so you can just pop one open and learn the intricacies and the nitty-gritty of how certain things are made. So all these MS-DOS viruses, you can start reading up on how things work. Now, this is assembly code. This is source code for some of the malware. This specifically is CanAb2, which this is written in assembly code. So again, if you're looking at it very low level, DOS assembly stuff right here. So if this interests you, there are actually channels that'll explain how to do this. One of my favorites is Route 42. Another one is John Hammond to explain how convoluted this can get. Programming Hello World is a 15-minute video. This malware itself, and back then for DOS malwares, this is what their source codes used to look like. Of course, if this interests you, you can look through how some of these old ancient viruses worked, peek at the actual guts, and see what it took to execute them, and generally what exploits that they were taking advantage of at the time. So again, this is just DOS source code. There's obviously far more intricate malwares to look through here. But again, if
same thing
feel
again.
free to play around with the source code, maybe even compile it, see if you can run it for yourself. Do what you want. The world is your oyster. Again, please play responsibly. Some of this stuff, while it can't damage you, all right, again, some of the more higher level viruses that you're looking around, which some of them are still used today in some variant, you probably want to be a bit careful with. What's actually even wild too is they've got like actual legal briefs on two massive organizations like Revel and Raid Forums. If you wanted to read like federal indictments, motions to seal, all of it is actually available right over here. Not that I think I can show some of these. They might be publicly available, but they probably contain some serious personal information, and I probably don't want to be diving too deep into them. Conti, for those of you who have no idea, was a Russian hacker group that primarily specialized in the ransomware as a service category. We've looked at this before, and what these people have done is use the double extortion technique. So basically, ask a ransom from an organization that they would hack by, again, encrypting their data, and then also stealing it and then selling it as well too. So this was a truly evil organization in terms of, again, how they would victimize certain groups, certain, firms. And again, this is ransomware as a service. So if you don't know, basically these people provide the service, somebody hires them, and they skim a little bit of money off the top. Anyways, these leaks consist of, again, their internal systems. Some of them actually consist of educational material, which is rather hilarious to watch. Because it's literally filmed as if like this was literally designed to be played in some university course. The other thing to look at are a set of email leaks, not just email leaks, but chat log leaks. So if you know you're Russian or you got a translator on hand, you can read exactly how these criminals communicated with each other as well too. There's so many leaked informations as part of this actual hack collection that
it was a
make
myth.
a pretty good video showcasing the entire timeline of Conti as a group. And I'm joking about their training. I was kind of overselling it. At the end of the day, a lot of their training just comes from free resources, like most people learn from. In this case, it's Pen Tester Academy, who's basically teaching them how to defend themselves, so to speak. But yeah, their training materials, leaks, very intriguing stuff if you wanted to look at the mind of a cybercrime gang. What they also provided are building tools for actual ransomwares as well. So if you wanted to build your own ransomware, you could not that I recommend. You need to do that. That is bad, ladies and gentlemen. But what's interesting is some of the stuff that I was looking at and researching for videos before, I actually finally have access to. So I think what I want to do now is go back to some older virus investigations and maybe retouch them up.
Yeah,
Now
symmetry's not working.
that I wanted to truly investigate versus just researching it on the side. Now I get to fully experience it. Okay, so obviously we're not going to make a whole video just exploring this hard drive. What if we take some of the nasty pieces of malware off of this cyber nuke and decide running it on an actual system and just see what kind of damage it can do? Now in this situation, we are not using a virtual machine. We are not even using a computer that I primarily use. What I decided to do was use an older computer that was sitting around. This is the first actual real gaming computer, gaming laptop that I ever actually managed to go get. Now, since then, I've upgraded to a different laptop. This is several years old. We're talking about a laptop that still has like a mechanical hard drive. This is still running on like a very old version of Windows 7. And at the end of the day, it's a laptop that I can actually like be fine if it completely stops working on me. Again, do not run any of this stuff on your basic system, but that should just be expected. The other thing over here is I'm turning off any form of antivirus software, obviously, since we're running malware, especially malware that has some years attached to it. These are going to be part of an AV definitions file, meaning that like because some of this malware is from like pre-2010, obviously Windows 7 has an idea of like this existing, and it's immediately going to stop it right there and then. So we're going to stop any form of antivirus from stopping any of our efforts to destroy this computer. And also, because if we don't turn off the antivirus, because there are so many pieces of malware sitting inside this system, this can actually blue screen a system entirely, because it's literally parsing so many virus samples scanned at any given moment. It's not that it's running the malware, it's just that it's detected so many that it's crashing the system. So there's two reasons to turn off the antivirus. The other thing over here is we are not connecting to the internet. We are not connecting to a local area network. We are not connecting to a router. Shit, we are not even plugging this system into a capture card. I am being very careful here because this video is, again, I'm playing with some malwares that I haven't truly been given the time to properly assess. So we are keeping everything strictly air-gapped, meaning this is not touching my network, this is not connecting to any system out there. And if you come up with some sci-fi method like Muda, maybe it's sending out a piece of software through the speakers on the system and very inaudible sounds, and your other system is recording it and parsing data. I've read the April Fool's joke. No, that's not happening here. So let's plug this into a system, go over there, and just start running some of these malwares together. Okay, so here it is. We've got an air-gapped computer sitting in the dark, as you could imagine. So I got some Dan OCT style of recording going on over here, a little cozy. But the reason for this is no virtual machine. This is actually a piece of solid hardware, a computer that I once used. And if you want to look at the specifications of it, this is obviously Windows 7. This is not Windows, actually Windows 10, not Windows 11. Windows 7 would be too old. But to show you guys exactly what this computer is, going to the system properties here, 16 gigs of RAM, i7 77, ooh, virus and threat protection. Ooh, your virus, here it is, your security intelligence version is 0000. We're actually going to keep it that way. So we're going to go to the virus and threat protection levels.
Yeah, this is better.
The protection settings and just turn off all that real-time protection, okay? Just
I have to add some more hair under it though.
Anything to stop the amount of malware we're looking into.
Unless
want the system to crash once it starts parsing
do this.
like 5 terabytes of malware, okay? So this is a standard system here, and I'm just gonna drag the drive a little closer just so it doesn't fall and completely ruins the hard drive. Paid good money for it. And here we're going to plug in the drive. You can never, and I mean never, plug in a USB the right way the first time. You always have to finagle with it. Here it is. All right. So this drive is totally empty, completely virgin system. We are mounting the drive as we speak. And again, I must stress there is no connectivity to any other device right now. This is, again, you don't want this to be connected. USB device not recognized, or your computer malfunctioned. What is this? There it is. Okay, you just have to restart the drive, I think, because I disconnected it. But here it is. We've got Easy Store. We've got VX Underground. I'm sorry if it's a little tough to read, but we're going to start firing off sample after sample after sample. And we're basically going to kill this computer in front of us. So let's go into the Twitter IOC collection here. And you can see some of these are 7-zip files, which, Jesus Christ, I don't actually have 7-zip. Okay, we're going to fire up a network connection very briefly just to get 7-zip. Probably shouldn't be doing this. Okay, so instead of being completely stupid, I'm just going to get a flash drive here. I got 7-zip on that, just so we can actually use 7-zip. No connecting. Actually, it's ideal that all the network adapters for this device just do not function at all. So, or at least they don't have drivers installed, which is great for now. So let's get the 7-zip working. Get that hitting yes. Install. Close. I hate trackpads, by the way. All right, let's go inside here. Let's actually unpack the first Twitter IOC collection, okay? Because I'm sure it's going to be filled with some nasty, nasty, nasty samples. So, for instance, extracting some of these, you can see that the numbering, like the scheme on them, it's just basically their checksum, and usually you have to actually turn these into binary. So, for instance, this is FL. We're just going to hit accept on this one, and we've already launched God knows what malware right on this system, ladies and gentlemen. It is not looking pretty. And again, if you start looking into the processes, what is here, right here, is listed as library docs. So again, library docs, if you actually go to like the properties of it, right, this is just some application. It's absolutely filled with like malware, that's for sure, 100%. And what it's going to be doing to the system can be a variety of things, okay? It could be trying to connect to some server, because this is, again, really legacy software. But it is sitting and running on the system, as you can see. It's consuming 30 megabytes of memory. Again, I would have to memory dump this just to show you exactly how bad things really are. But again, we can just keep unpacking more and more of malware. Oh, just drag this checksum right here. Some of these files actually do end up pretty sizable, man. Like, some of these are actually reaching like 77 megabytes. So again, if we open it up, that's just no, sorry, it's 71 kilobytes. So again, open that shit up. you can see the little circle going. I don't even know what I launched. But again, this is, may I remind you, don't actually be doing this. And again, you can see the system is starting to consume more and more memory. So what I'm going to do now is just remove this drive, just because we are going to be launching some ransomware that can actually attack that drive. And again, I'm not...
Okay, the hair looking better.
Totally flagged. But again, we've got other pieces of malware. So for instance, we have Pegasus sitting on the system, which, if you don't know what Pegasus malware is, this is literally made by like an Israeli cybercoms company. Like, they literally have created this piece of malware that, by the way, was used to, in my understanding, attack journalists and get access to their cellular devices and basically spy on people that were of interest around the world. So these two pieces of malware that you're seeing over here, one of them is hiding itself as WinRAR, okay? For anybody that still uses it, why? Switch to 7-zip. And the other one seems to be hiding itself. File serves as a driver of North Korea
Time
power.
for the fire.
Wait a minute, what the fuck? Look at that. File serves as a driver of North Korean power. This is going to be North Korean power on my system, bitch. It's made by Kim Jong-un. That's the developer. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not even kidding. Hold on. Does it show up on the camera? Wait. Highlight it. Yeah, its company is Kim Jong-un. Hold on. Fire that up. So now we've ran the Maze ransomware too. And not Maze ransomware. We just ran Maze malware, and oh my... Oh, shit.
Tom. Alert. Tom.
The fuck is happening?
Dear Tom, your files have been encrypted by Maze ransomware.
Fuck.
Attention. You need to buy decryptor in order to restore the files. Tom. Alert. Tom. Alert.
That actually scared me. I'm not even joking. I didn't even expect that.
By Maze ransomware.
Oh my god.
Attention.
I didn't even expect that.
You need to buy decryptor in order to
Oh my
restore
god.
the
They
files.
actually did it. Kim Jong-un grabbed it, dude. He grabbed my system. Allied Universal Maze ransomware. We hacked your network and now all your files. Okay, shut up, Kim.
Attention.
Hold on, wait. How do I shut him up? All right, Kim is quiet now. What happened? We hacked your network and now all your files, documents, photos, databases, and other important data are safely encrypted with reliable algorithms. You cannot access the files, but don't worry. You have a chance to get it back. It is easy to recover in a few steps. We have also downloaded a lot of data from your network. How, bitch? We ain't connected. Back out of here, Kimmy. Can't do anything. I mean,
Did I have it on top?
Block with the personal confidential information. Don't touch it. And again, this is why you want to make sure everything is fucking disconnected, because what's happened over here is because we ran one piece of ransomware, it's actually grabbed every single one of these files and converted them to MWCB, UHV, TGW file, like these random file patterns that obviously are encrypted files. I can't get anything back, and this is why you don't connect your sample drives over here. And again, here's the thing. Even if I, like that USB drive that I had connected, that alone, again, this exe file is still actually somehow functioning. In fact, a couple of these exe files seem to be functioning. No, Kim, shut up. All right, you know what? Actually, this system is completely junked out right now. So what we got to do is we got to make sure everything in here is re-imaged. This flash drive needs to be like properly sterilized too, because I don't know what this malware did exactly. So this one we're actually going to set aside. We're going to throw this into the dirty bin for now, until of course things are good. And the reason why you want to make sure everything is isolated, because if you decided to plug this into an actual Windows system or like any other system you had, who knows what could be silently stored onto here, right? Not that this specific malware should be that dangerous, but the other ones we ran, yeah, they're causing some real mayhem. Like this system is still doing something in the background. What we can do now is memory dump this. And when we memory dump this, we can actually get a closer idea of what is happening right now. So I actually unironically ran two of the most dangerous hacking groups malware simultaneously on this system. And one of the actual ransomwares that you saw was from Maze, which Maze has been attributed primarily, from what I understand, to Revil, or a Russian-based hacking group. Again, it's another ransomware as a service operation. So if you think that this had anything to do with North Korea, it might have. You know, they might have went out of their way and like outsourced their operation. But one other piece of malware that is exactly attributed to North Korea, for anybody that doesn't know, Lazarus Group actually worked on, again, a illicit hack that involved a company known as 3CX. I actually covered this in a video as well too, where this was a supply chain attack, and I actually did run a sample. So again, I don't exactly believe that North Korean like nation state hackers have access into my gaming laptop, because the malware is so old, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of their attacks have been shut down. A lot of those servers have been hijacked by law enforcement. But at the end of the day, I did in fact run malware that had some pretty deep ties to the North Korean government. So all the shit talking that I've done to Kim Jong-un, well, now we finally, or his team finally has access to some system that I have sitting in the house, provided all of these chains are working and are currently active, which again, I probably have no reason to believe, but you know, at the end of the day, thank God I follow through every form of security out there. Thank God we are not connecting to the internet. And thank God this system is now going to be tossed into a fucking fire, because I'm not going to trust it ever connecting to an internet service ever again. So one thing you'll know is it's fun to play around with computer viruses. If it's another thing you know is they're not exactly very visual. See, one of the things about virus investigating is it's fun to talk about the back-end effects, the technical stuff, but obviously when you're blowing things up for people to watch on a screen, there's not many pieces of malware that actually do that. The only ones that I can really think of are old-school DOS malwares that were all designed to be flashy. Some of them scared the hell out of users, all right? But there were other pieces of malware very recently, like MEMS, for instance, which were designed to obviously become this spectacle that YouTubers were going to record and show. Then there are pieces of malware that just attempt to downright scare you with jump scares and whatnot. But of course, beyond all of them, there are also malwares that are, ransomware viruses. Some of them just going beyond out of their way to reflect, like Jigsaw, for instance. That was one interesting piece of ransomware. One other interesting piece was when a ransomware asked me to play PUBG. One of the first
what the fuck
video we looked at. So obviously these are some very intricate
why
pieces of,
PUBG?
like, visual malwares, but most of the stuff that you saw here isn't going to be something that really shows you something dangerous happening to the naked eye. But what's happening in the background of that system is it's most likely trying to attempt to, servers that may not be active anymore, probably running crypto miners. There's definitely cases where the entire drive has been ransomed at the end. And no matter what, the system's usage, it is slowing down. And it's slowing down because there's a lot of unchecked processes silently running in the background, consuming the actual system's, the system's hardware. And you can do this by looking into a memory dump and examining just what type of software is running at any given moment. Memory dumps are very, very important to have. And it's one of the ways that you can check that malware is running on your system. If you don't know what a memory dump is, basically you take a collection of your RAM, you dump it to a drive, you run it through an analysis tool, and it'll show you what processes were running and what they were doing at that given state in time. It's like kind of like an ability, it's a way for you to take a screenshot of your computer's internals and just look at them from a very data-hungry standpoint. But again, it's not like it's malware that's necessarily going to destroy that computer. What I did at the end of the day was just re-image the drive, make sure things were cleaned out, and this system was good to go again. See, malware that initially destroy systems are actually, it's a thing of the past. One of the only pieces of malware that I knew that could actually destroy a system was Chernobyl, or space filler. For those of you who don't know, I made a video on something known as CIH, which was a virus that was discovered in the June of 1998, all the way back in Taiwan. And while this was a piece of malware that was actually proven to destroy the BIOS of a system, which is the basic input-output system, once you destroy a BIOS, that computer is effectively e-waste to that point. So this piece of malware was actually silently shipped into games even. Games like Wing Commander, which when they released downloads related to it, even by Origin Systems, the company at the time, those downloads were unfortunately infected. And while CIH does a lot of damage to your system by going into your binaries and just, again, filling space, as the name space filler implies, the end stage would always be the destruction of your BIOS. One thing I found really interesting in this was that the developer, Cheng-Hing Hao, was actually not charged with this, because despite apparently all the damages that had come from CIH, because nobody had come forward with a lawsuit or I guess a complaint, there was just no formal charging. And it actually, from what I understand in the Chinese legal documents, it actually led to newer or revised legislation, which I didn't know, but apparently that was a part of this new lore. So yeah, computer viruses like CIH, definitely damaging and definitely changed the course of history somewhat. And then, of course, there's actually good malware. Malware that I actually have no issue with it existing. Obviously, I'm against any form of network intrusion, but if you ever heard of something known as Parvolus or anti-ped, which, as you can imagine, is an anti-pedo malware. How this works is basically by opening up a backdoor into a system and effectively examining for potentially illicit images of children, and then sending the information of that targeted system, which potentially has some illicit images, sent to the person who wrote the malware. So again, the way that this was spread was actually going into the shared folders of file sharing services like Kazaa, LimeWire, eDonkey, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, other forms of visual malware were things like Monopoly, which just threw up a Monopoly board and basically threw a jab at Bill Gates, rightfully so. Bill Gates is guilty of Monopoly. There's a whole story around how Microsoft was not a nice company, especially back in that early 90s, early 2000s. Nowadays, they've cooled down a little bit, kind of, but back in the day, they were real bastards. And again, some of the most visual types of worms even were things like email worms, script worms, basically worms back in the day that spread throughout email networks and looked through contact sheets and just mass spread themselves to random people out there. And those were probably the most effective types of malware. Nowadays, the malware that we look at is very much, I guess you could say, financially motivated, and it's designed to be run stealthy, which is a reason why I had that laptop in the first place. Again, the concept of running these things in a virtual machine is not something that is so easy. A lot of the malware that exists in this archive is designed to keep itself evaded from being analyzed in the first place by a security researcher. It's only through really hard and fast cutthroat methods that we can even examine some of the stuff to begin with. But that said though, ladies and gentlemen, one computer was harmed in the making of this video. And while that computer is back and alive, it's went through so much hell that I think it's time to permanently lock it away in a safe, as this archive as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, would I recommend giving this a buy? If you're a fan of malware and computers like me, then maybe it is worth it. If you got the money to spare, it obviously supports a group of people that are keeping samples alive for new people in this industry, new individuals that want to learn about computer viruses and whatnot, actually having a way for them to freely access this information and learn from it. That said, I think it's definitely a reminder for me to tell you, I am not legally responsible for some crazy shit that you do using any of the samples that I've shown you today. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. Thank you, VX Underground, for actually having one of these available, and it was worthwhile supporting you guys. So, this is me, Mutahar, and yeah, I am out. Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable. It's a video about someone I, and many in the community, considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things. But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to. I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today. As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted, and yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mama Max. Now, Mama Max is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker
I have no idea who that is.
children. Throughout his career, Mama Max has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EDP-445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact. And it's caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns. When in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law. That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book in the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today. So why am I talking about him so negatively now? Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse, topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on. Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis. So let's get started. This is the story of how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this. So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord. Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for reaction channels. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement. This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you, Max. Now to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well, bro. I'll add you in a few moments. Hey Muda, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now, if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow YouTuber known as Carl Jobst. I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons, and I wasn't really able for anything else, I wasn't really available for doing anything, as you can assume during this time. I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this scene, if you need to absolutely contact me, have. That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically. So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks, Mutahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you because I believed in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard and will continue to seek influencers who have the power to do something heroic. Watching the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down. Now, obviously, the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilting me into speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about, because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today, and also because I'm working on another video for my channel as well, a very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on. Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation. The next video he sends me was originally titled, This is the Greatest Cancellation of All Time, @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. The title in the original play was a play on Charlie's content, in which his descriptions are always, this is the greatest blank of all time. And the thumbnail being Charlie initially had me worried that something nefarious was going on or about to come out on a close online associate, given the nature of Max's predatory hunting content. This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait to draw eyes and then shift attention briefly to the story Max is covering, and then focus on cults, misinformation, and artificial intelligence in our world. At this time, I respond back. Max, I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation. I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel, where she posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult that we are going to look into. It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure. This is a serious matter, and I have no issues covering it. I would like the victims to seek proper restitution, but going it in this manner isn't the best. I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence if their claims are as solid as it's being depicted. And at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video. He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer,
Are you using tab for sketching? Yes, sir. Hi, New Sonic. Sorry, I got distracted by the video. Hi, Pineapple Boys. Again, sorry, I got distracted. I was zoning into the video and sketching the flame. That's my bad.
posing as a werewolf god. The man had
I do apologize for that, though.
subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me.
So this
video serves as their scream for action against their
video threw me off completely. What the fuck? Oh, it's this code. Okay.
Towards a text scroll at the end of the video, you can see that he puts an entire full name, pinning those serious accusations on this person who is alleged to be this cult leader. So these were very, very serious accusations which need to be matched with very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. The videos you produce don't damn
Vietnamese, really? So my husband is Vietnamese. We stream together, except for the art streams. So he's gonna join my stream at 8 p.m. EST.
In a damning but digestible manner. The story has a beginning, and we need to start there. And
So
that's where I'm going to leave these messages at.
this is his motto I'm
Obviously,
working
I
on.
communicated with Max privately about the situation, but as we are making this video now, it's evolved into an entire miasma of complete
What's good in your opinion? ZBrush or Mudbox?
Now it's understandable that the story actually belongs.
Why does that sound familiar? Hold on.
First one to bring it to YouTube.
Also, don't take my recommendation serious because I am just starting to learn it.
Necessarily go to any YouTuber and tell them, "Hey, please say some of the most insane accusations you can make about anybody's character."
Isn't ZBrush for 3D?
Basically on blind faith. Yes, I know that he said
That's why it sounds familiar.
locked behind an NDA. But if that evidence isn't publicly available, you literally are opening yourself up to a very, very serious claim from this person.
Okay, if you're looking into 3D, start off with Blender.
This person, if they're actually, say, allegedly
My personal opinion.
and it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist. If these people are potentially armed and dangerous, it could make them go above the edge, over the edge, and then actually cause harm to the people around them as some form of retribution to somebody online. And that's why you have to be incredibly careful. You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them
that's too dark.
with evidence that would hold up in a court of law, let alone public opinion. But with that also said, I understand that evidence sometimes
The
can't be perfect.
wrong
Sometimes
brush.
you can't have silver bullets sitting around. But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet until you do. But this is where Max obviously wanted to cover the story, make these claims, and the way that he presented them was rather odd. And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult. This video, Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer, begins with a QR code and a text to the bottom asking viewers to send the video to large specific channels. He scrolls a massive disclaimer I need frame-by-frame analysis to read. 2 key points from this bullshit that I found interesting to me was when Max had signified that this was fictitious materials, when in reality this is serious allegations we're talking about. How is this a fictitious element, and why are we putting any of that in?
Did I even do the sparks? I'm not even sure now.
Can we actually believe anything?
I don't think the sparks are that good. At least the ones I'm drawing. I don't think they're good.
And one that we'll come back to round trip.
I've done Maya, so I guess it's same, I think. I never used Maya. I only use Blender. I just think Blender is extremely good for new 3D artists. Like, I personally... What? Why is it? My tracking's being off. I personally, for 3D models, Vroid, Blender, Unity. With some mixture of Clip Studio to draw clothes.
He guides through a tutorial on using the YouTube frame-by-frame keyboard commands to prepare.
There's no need wasting money if it's readily available.
Before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it? What? Then he gives another long string of BS that I have to frame-by-frame analyze. Now you can read this for yourself by pausing the video or slowing down. I've slowed the footage down by around 70%. So to understand,
No, I'm changing my mind about the sparks. I don't think I'll do sparks.
Our children should be taught self-sufficiency, and these are all noble things to say. He falls into a tangent about artificial intelligence and, again, misinformation. These are topics that come up throughout this entire series later. But again,
I think the glow and 2 layers of the fire is more than enough.
So hopefully soon we'll be getting into talking
sculpting, I mean, not modeling. Yeah, no, same. I would say graphic tablet and Blender. Blender does have a lot of options for sculpting, and there are free available assets you can download for it to even expand how much you can do.
Girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking, Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
The hell just happened? What the fuck is happening? It's creeping me out.
Now give yourself a second to breathe. These are very serious allegations. These type of allegations require concrete proof and not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff. And so when we get to this, who is Max claiming to target? He talks about Camden. Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame analyze, which for a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics. Present this with the respect it deserves. There's a possibility that he will use anonymous accounts on various internet forums to spread rumors or false information about the victim or filmmakers. Any proof of
That distracted me so hard.
Maybe some screenshots of his various accounts and postings.
Flame is done. What else left? The hands and the legs left.
Leveraging their platforms to spin a narrative in their favor. To my knowledge, no one in that drama-specific community has been contacted by this person. And that also said, this isn't drama, Max. This is a serious crime we're discussing. And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this?
Yeah, I'm going to say here, see you. Alright, New Sonic, you take care of yourself.
He has a history of spreading disinformation to deflect the allegations against him. Again, where's the proof? Any links to his posts online or his accounts that are spreading this disinformation? In this video, nothing like that's given. He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress his story and silence victims. To this date, no one covering this has reported that they've received any legal notices from this person. According to multiple sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. Again, it's up to Max to provide the relevant reports for us all to see in this section, which he didn't do. And we'll revisit this person's legal situation later.
I think I need to make this separate.
It's not uncommon for figures like him to
So front hair, the flame is here.
As of the time of me recording,
Then
no one to my knowledge has been communicated by this person specifically. There's a possibility that he will use social media and other platforms to discredit us or make
my hair clip is gonna be here.
The individual once again hasn't posted publicly and about this to my knowledge. Max, you got to substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person delivering this story. He gives us his name, which I'm going to refer to as K to make it simple. He cuts to a montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving, destructive culture growing, an enemy of the children is an enemy of us all.
Wait, where did I put the other?
Translated to guard our descendants. That's the cult. It's about protecting children. He asks us to share Spencer's story and asks the audience to contact several large YouTubers. Some of them include H3H3. Some of them include Joe Rogan. Some of them include Anthony Fantano. Literally, he is in this video asking Anthony Fantano, check it out, there's a cool banger you're hearing. In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie going to do? What are you going to bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not going to signal boost unsubstantiated claims? What is Joe Rogan going to do about this situation? None of these people are experts or have any legal backing to help you in this situation. All they can do is make unsubstantiated claims alongside you, which ultimately hurts this case more than it helps it. Now, I was expecting at the end of this video
Onion in its folder.
Cult leader, or how they human traffic Spencer. So far, we have her testimony, but no real hard-hitting, irrefutable evidence that corroborates that testimony that can at least be publicly shared. Max has already called this person a child predator. And I'm not a fly on the wall, so I don't know if that statement is true or not. The only way to prove that statement is true is evidence, which Max has not provided publicly yet. How can a creator stick their neck out and help when this whole situation relies on blind faith instead of facts? I worked on a case recently with Carl, which relied on us, not the same situation, mind you, definitely less serious, but it relied on providing proper relevant documentation to corroborate our accusations. Had I made those videos without providing documentation from, the Internal Revenue Service, actually doing my journalistic duty to contact all parties involved on tape, then people would laugh me out immediately. Nobody would ever talk about that situation, and I would be a laughingstock. That is a situation Max is currently facing at this moment, and it's entirely of his own volition. Okay, so now that we've seen the first video, we went over it. The amount of evidence in this first brainwashing piece has culminated so far in one witness testimony, not part of that video. It's a 4 to 5 hour piece you can watch. No supporting evidence to help corroborate the situation, no records of conversation, no travel documentation to show a minor at the time traveling across state lines, which is a very important thing, and he didn't even explain what this cult was. I don't know, I only know the name of this person, Cade. I know what Max is accusing him of, I just don't know of any supporting evidence to assist Spencer's testimony and accusations, even at the time, which I want to stress can be true. Again, I don't know anything in this situation. I was not a fly on the wall, but I want to know more about this vampire werewolf cult. So far, nothing tangible from Max has been explained. And again, that's a serious crux of this problem. The second video on Max's channel is titled, "This is what happened to Mama Max," a 25-minute video explaining the current trajectory of the channel and addressing criticism. In this video, he covers the history of what he produced, how YouTube tackled his racy uploads, and how he constantly shifted gears to YouTube's evolving climate. One of the big turning points in there was when he worked on the Kanye Quest video and found a group of friends in the horror community, in the dark horror community. And he found that there was
I put the
situation of predators
no.
in YouTube comment section searching.
No, shadow is separate. Okay.
Max claims his fight would be headed. Regarding the accusations he made the previous video, nothing really substantial comes in this one. And it's more of a response to the criticism that he's been getting on that last video, rightfully so. So I want to address some pieces of criticism that he has.
Isn't scary. It's edgy 2010 era garbage. It's gross that Max is doing this thing where he pretends to reach out to other big YT channels in order to help victims, when in reality, he's exploiting these victims to try and get views. Genuinely evil behavior.
Genuinely evil behavior is taking the conversation away from sexual predators who victimize children
shit.
and making it about the
So the nose would have to be above the mouth.
because you don't like them.
And the blush here. There we go.
Speaks volumes about where you're coming from. If my aim were merely to chase views, I am in the absolute worst market of content creation on YouTube to do so. I am engaging.
Why is he talking like that?
Time, research, scripting, filming, and editing, just to get less views than everyone who is following the latest drama or trend.
This sounds a little deflected to me because regardless of who posted that comment and what sites they could be affiliated to, you are covering content that involves you hunting down some groups, investigating, and bringing to light serious crimes, regardless of how much of a filmmaker.
Okay, so I did have everything on the right places. So I don't have to redo this.
Looking into your work, critical of how you perform these investigations and how involved relevant law enforcement agencies are, and how the people you
I just have to polish it up for sure, though.
converted into real, tangible arrests. It's also dishonest to say that you could make more money when you are in a more profitable niche on YouTube. I get your videos are demonetized and age restricted and gangbanged in the algorithm, but your videos have been massively successful, millions of views, and you built a following on the platform, which by the way is the hardest part of this whole game. You've also built a Patreon where your last reported figure was over 1,800 members. Now, Patreon introduced a free tier about 3 months ago, according to this FAQ, but with a peak paid membership of around 3,341 members, according to this statistic website, Graphtreon, and based on the recent membership options, if you take just the minimum amount, $7.50 Canadian, which is around a little over $5. Let's make it 5 even. You're looking at a minimum paid earning potential before taxes and Patreon fees of $16,705 just for the peak month, which ain't bad if you're only making 2 videos a year. People are putting money into your pocket thinking that it is going towards your fight against serious bad people. And that's not bad money for uploading, again, very little. And this level of pocket watching was brought to you by our sponsor, Anti-Deflection Argument. You definitely did profit, and I wonder just why in October of last year you started hiding those membership counts. But that being said, this was not a terrible niche for you financially, and you gotta admit that.
Making subjects as serious as child and abduction brainwashing, and using them as mere window dressing to get noticed
My eyes
again
are
because your
cheap.
YouTube relevancy is dwindling rapidly.
Comparing crucial issues like child
Why is he talking like that?
as window dressing for YouTube relevancy says far more about you than you realize. Months were invested collaborating with the survivor to ensure her story is portrayed in a manner that reflects her lived experiences and the gravity of her suffering. In fact, the full 5-hour interview was uploaded.
My main problem is the way he's talking.
What kind of a response is this to a valid question? If you spent months researching this topic, then you would be able to present the narrative of Spencer with the best evidence that you can publicly present that would help build her case against this person that
You can make this one of your faces. This one? It is one of my faces.
Of her interview and testimony on this situation, which is great, and I'm glad she gets to speak her piece. But let's not ignore that serious allegations require very serious pieces of evidence.
I also need to sketch out this hair.
Work off of testimony alone. And that's what everyone's been saying about the situation. Had Max provided evidence about this, then it would be all okay and gravy.
I need to sketch out this hair as well. There will be a toggle for the hair to fall down.
Videos are the language that the internet understands. Then let's speak it. So, last week, I released a charity video in collaboration with the survivors of a destructive...
Yeah, I need to sketch this out.
...that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out to be the worst performing video on my channel. While
I can find my arm.
Responsibility for the video's underperformance.
I know where I put my arm.
Before the video even hit the platform, the survivor
Oh, son of a...
Nothing was done without her explicit approval. The wave of criticism by detractors about a narrative...
Like the sketching arm, I need to keep it like at the very top.
They are harmful.
Since like when it's moving, it will be covering everything.
That victimized hundreds of minors, yet has produced no evidence of this cult even existing yet. Any cult documentation, not even a
like
name.
This is taking me some time, but I feel like it's worth it. Okay, for now, since I have to end the stream soon, I will at least start sketching out the front banks. Okay, so when the front banks are on,
Understand evidence and why it's needed to substantiate claims. Max's third
the
video
proof is not gonna be there.
This is the greatest cancellation of all time at Penguin Zero.
It looks so funny.
Since then, in the backlash he received, he changed it to reacting to the reactions of the SSS Sniper Wolf's action. It's fair to also mention now that a lot of the disdain Max has for the community that he is preaching to is not responding to is because he genuinely believes his work is meaningful and that the attention at the time put towards SS Sniper Wolf and her drama regarding Jack's films was, something that people looked at more. Now, obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned.
I still need to do mask layers as well.
Big story at the time, which involved a larger
Let me think.
of another creator critical of them. It wasn't
1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll make it
had real tangible implications on
3 sections.
Anyways, the video begins with a disclaimer, which now doesn't mention any fictitious elements. He hopes the video brings crucial eyes to topics such as youth trafficking, serving as what he
Wait,
believes
that's
is
the wrong line art.
easily digestible content regarding these serious topics.
There we go.
He starts a parody of this talking head video showing a
Or maybe actually 4. I think I need 4 for this.
to discuss serious topics as he cuts to Sniper Wolf. He cuts to Spencer and then multiple victims calling for actions. He summarizes Spencer's story again and makes claims of a dangerous sex cult that is led by a werewolf god recruiting hundreds of young children. Where's the hard evidence? I think by now you probably realize that there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence. So he presents new things in this video, except it's all hidden in between frames of this massively schizophrenic editing and incoherent garbage. Look, this is a serious matter. Please present it seriously. Leave this on for people to digest and provide context to what you're showing. So I'm going to go frame by frame and show you each and every single screenshot to show you exactly what he's shown. So one of the actual posts he shows is from Whisper, a social media app that promotes you to speak openly and honestly about yourself. It's meant to be this anonymous social media app that lets you post and share photo messages with text embottled on top of them. Here's the post.
Actually, it
where
can be
they're
the
asking
same
reader if they're
layer.
human, they want to learn about being supernatural, and if their age is between 11 to 18. Please message them. Now, while this is an alarming post, it would help if Max could try to link this directly to Cade or, to any person and, bring this up the chain, explain the context. But without that context, it's just a screenshot that exists. The next screenshot he shows is from a messaging app, I assume Facebook Messenger, where it's cropped unfortunately, and I can't seem to get an identity of the parties. And also screenshots are incredibly tough, at least for me in most cases, because as you've noticed with, situations like Dream, where he faked DMs from Pokimane and XQC, and there were some people that actually believed this. It's easy to fake a screenshot. So again,
Wait,
the whole
Dream
concept of
faked
just looking at a
screenshots?
screenshot is tough, at least personally for me. Unless I can log into the account and refresh from the server, then things are different. But this is a cropped argument, and it's a clear argument between two individuals. One who appears to be reaching out to a person to explain reason to them, telling them that they're looking out for them. The other person, says Cade, who is the person Max is alleging to be this cult leader, of course, is stating they have one more time to bother his family before he tries to make a visit to Texas, implying this violent threat, and a response is, try me then. The next screenshot of a Twitter account called Camden exists, where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove that this screenshot from Twitter even exists. And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter. The other mention is literally a public post from this Camden individual saying, getting sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. What is the context here? How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. He then shows social media accounts that are on Snapchat of allegedly belonging to Cade, which again, what context does this add? What does this mean? He then shows a social media direct message from, I assume this is the app Whisper. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, if you read the chat, I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your form, werewolf form? What's the context? What are we talking about here, man? This could be anything. He then shows the Twitter account that belongs to Cade, and he actually gives a handle, but this account has been inactive since 2016, really. The next thing he shows is from a public Facebook account from Camden that says,
I wasted so much time working on the color, though.
Again, what is the context? Okay, I probably wrote suck my dick publicly somewhere too. Does that mean that I have done something nefarious or I could be running a cult?
Okay, why do I feel like
to these messages, you
I
have
should
to be
make it
able to
like
provide
this,
them,
though?
otherwise people are going to be confused. He then shows the only tangible piece of evidence in this, for me at least, where it shows Spencer and Camden together in a photograph, which proves that they've met in reality. He then shows more images of random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify, and he's also done a poor job of blurring them out too, so I'm going to add more blur on top of the blur. But what does this mean? What is the context behind some of these images? The only ones important to me are of Cade and Spencer, because those are the only people that he has introduced us to. He shows us one screenshot of somebody making devil horns in an Instagram selfie. And again, poorly blurred, but what is the context here? He's even blurred out the actual Instagram blurb, the little text blurb that even talks about this. What is the context? He then shows an image of a bite mark, which again, I have to ask, what is the context? Is Max showing this as a evidence of physical abuse? Without context, it could be anything. It could be somebody getting a hickey. It could be whatever. Max doesn't do this. He doesn't elaborate on what he shows. He just presents it as part of this flashy editing. The next screen grab is Charlie talking about Sniper Wolf, which I assume is a jab because he tried to get Charlie's attention, but Charlie wasn't having it. He was busy, had COVID at the time, and just didn't jump into this.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah,
Damn.
that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed. And during that
Are
time,
you
apparently
literally
it
trying
was
to
his
piss
whole
off everyone?
framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
So then he shifts it to the National Human Trafficking Hotline that gives statistics on trafficking reports. Again, you haven't linked onto the trafficking situation. It's all been random screenshots without context connecting a story together that many people just aren't understanding. He shows one screenshot that describes how Kate told me not to, but you also want to know what your humble leader did to me? He convinced me to go to his house at the end of last August and engage with him. He told me, and I still talk to the guy that drove me there. I also almost got arrested for walking to his place at 2 a.m. one day because every full moon we have to have. And also, don't forget the miscarriages he made me induce. This is the only other piece of evidence or, conversation that is pertaining to this very serious topic. Everything else is insanity. So Max explains how his sister got him in contact with the story. He switches the discussion to mass surveillance, explains how evil markets such as forced labor and trafficking exist, which is true. But how does this tie back to the story of Cade and the allegations you've made? Again, he hasn't provided solid evidence. He's just sort of thrown things on a dartboard, haphazardly tried to connect them, and made a fool out of himself. He goes on to this unrelated rant on artificial intelligence and how it can be used to manipulate and exploit vulnerabilities. And after this, they have a call to influencers that they should use their platforms to become agents of change by platforming unsubstantiated claims, apparently. It shifts to this part where he chastises Charlie by showing tons of communications he's attempted to have. And again, like I told you, Charlie wasn't there at the time. He had COVID, and he was in bed for 2 weeks, unable to really, look into this situation. Now, this video is like the final nail in the coffin. People really started losing faith, and I hope you understand why. Look, Max made a joke of this situation, in my opinion. He was brought this story, and honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this raising serious questions on his character, serious questions on the validity of this case, and in response, Max didn't make any follow-up video to explain this case properly. Instead, he hosted these live streams, inviting all manners of creators.
How do I flip it?
And I explained to him what I explained privately. Max, as you can imagine,
I just flip it like this?
which is why we are here
I
right
can.
now, to discuss a story that should have been delivered with seriousness and not
I
shown
shouldn't, but I
And
can.
I'm going to briefly go over the story of Spencer now and her interaction with Kate. Now, Spencer's story is the part that Max has been harping throughout the entire 3 videos that he's made. And the video that Max wants you to go watch is a 4 to 5 hour podcast from Spencer's actual channel. Now, again, if you are 100% interested in the complete accounting from her end regarding the story, I highly recommend you go check her video out. But the problem is, these videos that are this long are obviously going to have a viewer drop-off. Max understands this, I understand this, and if you've made YouTube videos for longer than a week, you probably also understand this as well.
I did feel attacked. I've been doing videos only for a week.
Now, in this situation, the best video I could find that concisely explains this for the audience, this first viewing, is by a YouTuber known as Slime Beast, who basically made the video, What the is Mama Max talking about? Werewolf Cult Simplified. And by all means, it's a pretty good video that explains how this situation was effectively about Spencer, who was a 16-year-old girl who met an 18-year-old Camden online, who was only found out that he was 18 at the time from Slime Beast's actual assessment into public police records. So, of course, Spencer ran away from home to live with Camden, an 18-year-old person that she met. And, of course, going in forward, Spencer's presence in Camden's family home was a secret, giving him full control over what she was allowed to do, which is one of the points of contention for a lot of people. She lived there for 3.5 to 4 months, and the mother, and it appears that other people may not have had an idea that she was there the entire time. Again, 3 to 4 months, I'm sure that human beings, no matter how busy you are, you may have an idea that somebody else, other than the people you know, is living in your house. Maybe you catch them sleeping, maybe something happens. This is a point of contention, but again, I'm not here to go into contention. I'm here to relay what the supposed facts of this entire situation is, and why it's been lost in a miasma of confusion. So during this time, Spencer was abused in multiple ways by Camden, allegedly, by her own account, which that is effectively the story. Camden had also tried to get Spencer to sleep with people that he had found online, allegedly. So again, this is effectively the quick summarization of what is Spencer's story. I highly recommend you check out her channel and her video to get her full accounting, because there are a lot more details that are interesting to hear. And it's not entirely even about Spencer too. So again, going in further, the cult aspect, which is by far the most embellished aspect and the most unexplained one by Max so far, is best
Looks so
described
goofy
as
right
Camden
now.
being a werewolf god, allegedly, and amongst other things, whatever deities they may be. He convinced Spencer and others that they too were vampires, werewolves, and they were hunted by outside forces, which meant that they should all stay together as a pack, a family. He claimed that he could send their dead loved ones to hell if he could. And again, through these methods, this guy allegedly controlled various targets and people who were joining into his fold. He would then have his followers try to recruit others online, some as young as 11. And that is, of course, alleged. Now, of course, this is a quick, concise explanation.
Right, time
I highly
to
recommend you
polish
check out
this
the channel
up.
Slime Beast, who actually did cover and read through this as well, too. And it lines up with my personal interview with Spencer that I had a few days ago, and generally
Looks so
watching through
stupid
the
right
4 or
now.
5 hour piece. I think this is probably the best concise way that Max should have put it. And here's the reality. There are actual things that are alleged here that are more important than even the cult aspect. The story that is provided should be treated with a serious nature,
Wait, actually,
instead of the tangents that Max wanted to go to. But of course,
yeah,
this
it
is
will
the
have to be on
problem when a
top.
YouTuber who is way out of their depth jumps into a story that they honestly shouldn't even be relaying and should absolutely hand it off to professionals at the very beginning. There is no excuse for this. This is purely on Max's screw up that people are looking at the story in such a confusing manner. The other takeaway from this is Spencer's video is that Max was
It's
also
wrong
currently
one.
being investigated by the FBI.
A failure of Collin County Police is what you would say.
I don't think it was the police, because like I said, I went through trafficking 911 and they handed it off to the FBI.
The FBI never responded.
Mm-mm.
That's interesting. I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't even bother contacting you.
No.
Spencer also brought victims, and I can't stress this enough. She admitted that she went on social media apps and started to form connections with people that could be as young as...
What was the operation like? Did he tell y'all, like, go to these places and...
So my particular recruitment style that he also encouraged others to do it this way too, was to go on Whisper and post about, oh, hey, if you want to join a family dynamic and be a part of a pack, hit me up on Kick, or like DM me, and then we'd give them the kick. So, there was one
What
time
is
he tried to
Kick?
have me lure a girl, like, physically.
Now, that said, I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations because, again, without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper accounts. That's for Max to detail and describe. If he's not putting in the effort, how can he reasonably expect every other influencer in the world to put in the effort to interview and understand and then make claims on cases like this? Now, what you're about to hear is a portion of a call that me, Max, Spencer, and another YouTuber by the name of Nicholas Diorio had when interviewing and confronting Max about the situation. And while the first hour of that call was more centered around Spencer's story, the second hour of this call was more around Max's demeanor and his actions regarding this investigation. And there are quite a few bombshells in here that we personally feel are a little too irresponsible, I guess if you wanted to put it lightly. Max had actually revealed to us that there were portions where he didn't even properly
I'd actually do the top layer differently.
I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's. The survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like them to be. Obviously, a lot of them have trauma. They talk about it, and that it's hard for them to actually just sit down and speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. Like, there's a lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also, you can also, like, we are fine saying this is all alleged. Like, we are fine if...
But you can't just say it's alleged now. You've been calling him a pedophile.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It's not.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But...
Okay, but
all
you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence, but you don't understand how...
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timeline as I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now... And just from this one clip, you can ascertain the complete frustration that
I feel like I'll have to change layers.
About the situation. How is it that you can make calls to action and blame
Maybe order of the layers.
when at the end of the day you have
What will happen if
properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized any timelines that consistently build. You're clearly not an investigator built for this case. And it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head because he only is one person. I have done plenty of investigations. I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them. How Max couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane. And that's where we're leading to now, is his unethical practices, not just in this investigation, but other previous investigations that a lot of people have been casting doubt
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem. Good shit.
Vampire in the Minecraft community, you're going around, you're running cover.
That's
for
my
a
fucking cult.
Storm of EDP 445s. You're gonna flood the world with EDP 445s.
It's fucking good.
And Keemstar brings up old 2016.
Wow, even my model stopped working great.
These girls have to sit there and basically...
Absolutely great. What's happening? Ugh, that's so annoying.
realize that their entire story is being invalidated in
It
real
has to
time,
be
is
because
being
I'm
made a
running too
mockery
many
of in real
programs
time,
at the
is
same
Max
time.
doesn't bring a serious person to discuss this topic. It's also questionable with the relationship that Max has with law enforcement in regards to prosecuting or assisting to prosecute this case. When confronted on a live stream by other YouTubers, he actually had a lot of questionable statements to make regarding this specific topic and whether they were working with law enforcement or whether they weren't. And this raised a lot of concerns, and again, another red flag to me.
We are not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing? What are we doing?
Have you not been listening this stream?
I know, but you loop. You loop, and then you always look to somebody else for an answer. You can't give an answer yourself.
I'm answering you.
What are you doing then? Tell me right now. I will be quiet for you to answer and go.
So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction. That is what we are
they
doing.
didn't tell you to go into the okay, is he still in the same jurisdiction that the crime occurred?
For the most recent survivors, yes.
Okay. Because I was always under the impression you have to go into the jurisdiction that the crime occurred. All right? Then yes, carry your pretty asses over to that jurisdiction and go, "Hey, Mr. Police Officer, I have a crime to report." Yes, that's what needs to be done.
Yes,
Hell,
that
you
is what
might
we are
even be
doing.
able, and because since, COVID and stuff like that, you might even be able to do it over the phone. I don't know. Because I've only because I know you're in a different state now. You know what I'm saying? But I've had to do it. I've had to do stuff like this before on my own accord. But yes, you need to go to the police of the jurisdiction of where the crime occurred and go, "Hello, Mr.
Jesus,
Officer."
I thought I broke something on the car.
Okay.
Why? I mean, why did you think that?
Again, this is by far the most important part, is the relationship to the law enforcement. Again, it's not really properly conveyed, in my opinion.
I'm just
whether
trying
this
to
is a
figure out how
criminal,
to make
civil
this
case,
work.
what departments are properly involved, just how the evidence has been
Having
submitted.
a hard time
This is a key concern of mine and many others.
figuring
and it
it
should
out.
be a key concern if you want to see justice actually delivered. And of course, as people have looked into this, a lot of shifting has went into what Mama Max's previous content and the validity of it also meant. About a month ago, actual Redditors started to investigate Max's older content. Seeing the unhinged live streams caused me to wonder about some of Max's past content. His newest God Cult and his current project stuff has been reviewed so many times. So I wanted to watch an old video, and particularly his Cartoon Incorporated video, IMVU, and Puppy Stomp. So while this is a very long post that you can read, one of the oddities, and I'll summarize them to the best of my abilities, is with Cartoon Incorporated conveniently considered lost media as the channel that posted it cannot be found. The Frozen 3 video is edited with a similar style to Max's older content. Brainwashing clip. Subliminal messages hidden within the clip uses the font Pixture Granular, a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. The font type is not a default font on Windows OS or in Adobe Fonts, meaning the font was searched for and downloaded or purchased. Side note, someone recreated Cartoon Incorporated and posted breakdowns of the brainwashing clip. What is the likelihood that Max shares the same unusual font with something he happened across that literally no one else can find? Editing style also seems similar to his old video intros. IMVU. It is implied in the video that an account under the name Casey was exploited by Pablo Sunny. Remember that name. The account only has one friend, Pablo. Max makes note of how she's isolated and moves on quickly. Max supposedly finds the YouTube account owned by the same person by image searching her profile picture. The image is from Naruto. Now, how could one reverse search and find that specific YouTube page? Screenshot of IMVU profile, Naruto character, and YouTube page. So this is the one right over here, Naruto profile picture, IMVU, you get the point. He implies that he somehow gained access to the account to locate these unlisted videos. One of them is titled, "This is Where You Killed Me," and depicts a bloody white sheet in the woods. With Casey corresponding with herself in the comments, it is implied that she herself or disappeared off the internet. Oddly enough, the completely inactive Casey accounts no longer exist on YouTube and IMVU. They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphit's IMVU accounts were also deleted. The most similar Casey account I could track down in 2002 and appears to be entirely unrelated. And then he claims in a Discord Q&A that Casey is actually alive.
What about Pablo Sunny again? Does he know he's been caught or something? Oh, wait.
Yes.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it?
can't-
That's a bit much.
I can't talk too
unfortunately.
much about KC. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. That's something I wanted to actually jump in VC with you about at some point.
Yes, but
Thank God.
So, in one surface, he says that she could be dead, and then all of a sudden she's okay. There has been no proof that this Casey person even existed. Now, I'm not going to sit here and make an unsubstantiated claim. At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog as I've been researching his current investigation. However, during the call with me, Max, Nick, and Spencer, he was absolutely telling at the time that you shouldn't really be taking a lot of his content seriously. It's meant to entertain. The facts are often embellished or at least simulated when it comes to producing movies, which I think is really ethically damning when it comes to producing content that is all about hunting down children or, pinning a lot of these crimes or implicating a lot of these public services on cases like this.
So recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it. The lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's multiple reasons. Like, for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it.
Yeah.
Like, that was a recreation because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing, I wasn't... I don't know why people are saying like, it's a film. Like, I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
But wait, you hunt pedophiles. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a face and what they're doing.
Again, why are we interspersing fact and fiction when it comes to incredibly serious stories like this? Look, I'm not here to say
What's wrong with
Max
that
is
guy?
definitively faking his stuff or not. People definitely have their suspicions. But the thing about it is if you're admitting that you don't want people to think your content is real, how can you honestly take the responsibility to cover serious cases like this when you are admitting that, yes, my audience, if they watch my videos, I don't want them to think anything is real unless I show this person's face and make serious accusations. Look, either all of it is real because this is supposed to be an investigation. This is not some movie, okay? This is not some fictionalized media. Even media that does dramatic recreations is following facts, okay? If that's the content they're trying to produce, if the content they want to produce is making investigations where they are going after the darkest corners of the internet, people have a very reasonable expectation to believe it's real. So again, with Max's former content coming into question, that also shows you that maybe questioning everything that Max shares is probably the only way to go now. If the man is willing to fabricate some things for videos, and again, in a call that we had with Max, it very much is apparently the fact. He is not above, actually. So this is an interesting part of the situation. We actually know about the Pablo Sunny stuff at a closer heart. So I had a call with Max alongside Nicholas Diorio, Spencer, the victim, and of course him in a Discord call a couple days ago. And inside this call, he actually claims that he doesn't know if anybody has been arrested.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you've got someone arrested and it was because of your video, just to be clear. Would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You
but I'm
went
not,
on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that it was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico. Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to, just because.
But he was so he was arrested. That was.
Pablo Sonny? I don't think so. I think he got away.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes. It's in something I've been currently editing.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay,
what the fuck is happening?
I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually, can you just jump in the screen share? I'll just pull it over. Because somebody archived it.
I guess I can hear stuff, but I can't see anything.
That's all you need, because the visual is a drawing. Okay, here you go. This is the two clips, contrasting clips of Pablo Sonny. Okay, so obviously one of them is in December 29th, and the other is, December 29th, 2021, and the other is November 27th, 2023. Okay?
Okay.
What is your primary goal is that then? There's no, what's your other,
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all of this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. So that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. Right. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him, and we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said, find him. And then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico.
Wow.
I don't know if the police, he was from Canada. So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
As all terrible people are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
I'm so confused with what's happening.
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown achievement, that you got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico. All the police custody shit, that was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me, I did it, Mama Max, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that. I mean, we literally had him in a voice call. Like, it's like the Mega Drive. Like, it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want you to ride me and shit like that, to what he thinks is a 14-year-old. And we verified that by telling him, like, I don't know, I'm young. I don't know, I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been. I received an email that someone was going to talk to the deputy about.
All right, I
why
forgot
he
you were
hasn't been
changing the
arrested.
hairstyle. Yeah.
I'm also actually gonna start.
So,
interviewing
let's see how
police
it turns
local to me
out.
as to don't get
If I
arrested, 'cause
cannot
I know they
figure
all
out
want to arrest
a
them.
version
It's just the law binds them.
by tomorrow,
So you've
I
never
will not
actually
be
gotten
doing this toggle up until I'm upgrading the model.
Not to my knowledge.
He
Because
doesn't
right
even
now,
know if he
everything
had
I'm
any
trying,
arrests
I'm
under his belt.
not liking it.
So for a person to blatantly lie about this kind of shit, this very serious stuff is obviously things that are going to bring every single aspect of his character into serious question. Now, he fails to tell the survivor story in a proper manner. What really also burns
It's
me
like
is
these
Max's
parts that
incompetence
are
to
bothering
using
me.
actual proper research. He literally brings ChatGPT and believes that it can provide legal advice. All right, let's see, what is this? Oh, not ChatGPT, bro.
Okay. So, look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we want.
No, we're not arguing
lawyers.
semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. This is the problem with this situation. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence. Courts would laugh you out.
Are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT?
Yeah,
right
is this
now?
your?
Like,
Is this
what
the
fuck
lawyer?
is
Like,
going
dude,
on?
right here, bro. Come on, dude, you can't. You know, if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side logically? If tomorrow I was like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definitions? Oh, ChatGPT. By the way, ChatGPT has also been getting fucking dumber over the last few months. I mean, come on.
If the judge and
It
jury
has
find
been
a witness statement credible, they can charge or
a
convict you
lot
of a crime
dumber.
based solely on witness testimony alone. That is from BergenCriminalAttorney.com. Y'all can look it up.
Show me that definition. Show me that definition, not the ChatGPT. Why'd you not bring me that one?
I am giving you multiple.
Give me that. Give me the one from the legal definition. Why'd you bring me ChatGPT? Link me that right now. We'll read it together.
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
Now, and of course, in one situation, Max was also in his own controversy with various ex-relationships of his life, which if Max believes that accusations are evidence, or allegations are evidence, behavior can be evidence, then all these 5 girls that were bringing allegations against him, Max might be what they claim. These allegations were brought forward by the victims, but organized by someone named Magnetar, a boyfriend of one of the victims at the time. Max outed Magnetar as Anthony and accused him of pedophilia.
Anthony, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
One of the worst crimes imaginable. And it might have been okay if that was just one screw up, but as of recently, he still made more unsubstantiated claims.
To me, that was a poetic ending, is that this guy who put all my exes together literally has a testimony against him, and not only by one person, it's supported by multiple people, and there are now news stories coming about that he was sneaking into his high school as an adult, eating lunch with freshmen.
But you're trying to use other people, that there was multiple people coming out against Magnetar to try to bolster your argument. But there were many more people who came out against you. So I just
without
don't understand
evidence,
don't understand.
And although the burden of proof was on them, I provided the evidence.
Wait, what was your evidence against Magnetar?
Max's account and evidence against Magnetar at the time amounted to a witness statement over Twitter, and that was all he really had to bring. He made a serious allegation, and even then he followed up in his video that he wasn't going to continue investigating because there wasn't enough actual evidence.
But I've not made a video on him, despite wanting to all these years, because I do not want to harass them, and I feel this is not enough evidence to build an entire case against him. So I have not and will not until we have more proof.
Max made an unsubstantiated claim against Magnetar without sufficient proof, showed a bunch of his photos, gave out his full name, place of work, and basically ruin this person's life. Now, look, I have no idea what the truth of this situation is, right? But what I do know is Max made an unsubstantiated claim, and I made a very severe mistake of not looking into this at the time and giving a friend of mine a serious softball at the time. In reality, I talked about this on an episode of our podcast and without intention downplayed a serious situation, not just for Magnetar, but for some of Max's ex-girlfriends in that situation. And for that, I'm beyond sorry. If you call someone a which he did, make sure it's 100%. In the last 24 hours, Max made a video titled, "I'm taking accountability into my own hands." Now, there's a few things I want to address from this video because for the most part, in my opinion, it's mostly him not really taking any accountability other than for basically bringing Charlie into something that he never needed to be in the first place. There's two things I want to address from this that really drive me insane.
Let's just start from the beginning. I met Spencer. She told me what happened to her.
I'm gonna call it
I
here.
told her I was busy with other projects, but
I'm getting a little frustrated with that part of the hair.
She said, "No, I want you." And so
Definitely will require way more work. Today seems like not a lot got done. I'll be back tomorrow. I just need to finish in the next 2 days. I need to finish, even if it means no front bangs that are hanging off, but I need to finish it. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Oh yeah, me and Zen will be streaming today as well. If I won't be too tired. Yo, in the evening. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm running and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop cause you know I gotta win every day. You really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky, you ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing cause it doesn't matter cause I'm gonna murder everything and anything about